My first toad was the Ancilius alvarius, a Colorado River toad. A frigidy fucker that slipped out of my hands the moment I grabbed him. After a bit of back and forth though, I managed to wrap my mittens around him and give him a big old smooch on the back. I could hear my friend Kermit, yes, that's his real name, get over it, yelling at me in the distance, but it was already too late. As it turns out, there's a certain skill required to lick toads safely, and unless you want to end up fucking dead, you better be careful when you tongue wash those little bastards. Well, I'm not dead, but right now, straight up truth shooting, I kinda wish I was. Anyway, Kermit knew how to handle bufid toxin overdoses, so he got me sorted, but I'll never forget all the consuming anxiety that overcame me as I tripped balls, having been told there's a real chance that I might just keel over and snuff it. Point is, I've learned my lesson. I know my toads now. Or, that is to say, I know most toads now. So when Kermit called me up mid-isolation to ask me if I'd received the toad yet, I must admit I was a little bit confused, but also mildly intrigued. Man, you got it yet? Have you tried it? What the fuck are you on about, Kerm? I asked. The toad, he whispered. The toad. Look, it doesn't matter which word you emphasize. I still don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Man, you ain't got it yet? Shit. You're in for a nice one. You're tripping right now, aren't you? Oh, fuck yes, he spat. It's like, man, it's like I've licked God's balls, man. Like my brain is vibrating in and out of existence. In my eyes, my body, the things you feel, man. It's like the thing they say, you know, writing about music is like dancing about architecture. And man, I'm dancing about architecture like you wouldn't fucking believe. Alright, it's good shit, I sighed, but I still don't have it. Rob should be there soon, he murmured. Shit, fuck, what was that? Man, I gotta go. There's a huge ass celery trying to fuck my fridge. Wait, I considered calling him back, but considering Kermit on a trip, I knew it'd be no use. So instead, I sat down by the window with a cigarette to see if I could catch a glimpse of Rob. Now Rob had been arrested half a dozen times carrying toads for Kermit, but they could never prove it was an intent to distribute, so he always got off with an intent to lick. But even those stacked up though. So these days, he was being real careful with his toad muling, to such an extent that he suddenly appeared behind me. Kerm sent me, Rob said hoarsely. Holy crap, I exclaimed quite blasphemously. He shrugged. Sorry man, gotta be careful. The popo have been on me like a fly to a frog's tongue lately. Fuck me man, I gasped. You're getting too good at this. Thanks. Here's your toad, he said, handing me a plastic container. But I gotta say man, I wouldn't touch that thing if I were you. Why? I asked, eyeing the container suspiciously. He shuffled around nervously. It's not like any toad I've ever seen, he said. It's freaky as fuck. What do you mean? I mean what I just said. He edged away slowly. Just take my word for it, Leo. Throw the fucking thing in the toilet, and don't stop flushing until your arm is sore. And with those ominous parting words, he was gone. Rob was a nice enough guy, but he was also unbelievably paranoid. Comes with the toad muling territory, I suppose. In any case, we all sort of ignored him when he went all chemtrails on us, so I didn't really give it much thought before I'd unboxed the toad. I'm not sure if I actually said anything, but when I think back to that exact moment, I'm sort of outside of my body, watching my dry, cracked lips motion a good old What the fuck? The toad. If it in fact was a toad, wasn't a toad. That's the kind of fucked up paradoxical shit we're dealing with here. It was toad-shaped, sure. The legs, the exterior glands, the dry skin. Oh man, the skin. That's what made me take a step back initially. I've seen toads in all shapes, sizes, and colors, but never one that had a human skin complexion. Why is that so off-putting? Why does that imagery make the bile rise in my throat? I don't know, man. It just does. Human skin complexion or not, I was still convinced that it was a toad at this point. So I shook my head and swallowed deeply, taking a step forward to get a good look at the little bugger. What the fuck? The step forward was immediately followed by multiple stumbling steps backward, until I realized I was uselessly bumping into the wall over and over again. Human skin in a human face. That's the combination that had me stumbling around in fear, knocking things over right, left, and center, hyperventilating into pillows, mugs, empty beer bottles, splashing my face continuously with icy cold water, until I finally collapsed under the crushing weight of all the insanity. Face. I mumbled to myself. Face. I fumbled for my phone. I had it somewhere, didn't I? It's always on you, isn't it? Like an extended body part, always within arm's reach. Ah, the pocket. Always in the last place you look. With trembling fingers, I called up Kermit, never once letting my sweat-stinging eyes stray too far from the harrowing container. Leo? A voice that was definitely not Kermit spoke. Leo, is that you? Kerr? I stammered incoherently. Kermit? Don't do it, Leo. The raspy voice murmured. Don't touch it. Kerm? Don't. Kerm. He was gone. Quite literally at that point, I suspect. My mind raced 1,000 thoughts, fighting for the floor at once. Not a single one potent enough to grab the cerebral microphone. Rob, I whispered. Toilet. Flush it. Flush it until your arm is sore. I nodded to myself internally, a shaking, adrenaline-fueled body rising to its feet, shambling in the general direction of the container. Why? I thought. Why the fuck did I open it? Now I'd have to see that hideous fucking creature one more time, and I really wasn't up for that. Arriving at the container, I was greeted by the horrid irony of my own thoughts. It took a second or two in the mental void before my mind caught up to reality, but when it did, I seriously, severely, desperately wanted nothing more than to see the non-toad once more. It was gone, but where? How? I never let my eyes off it. I swore it. I swear it. Then I felt something landing on my neck. Something big, muscular, with bloaty slug veins fat enough for me to feel its heart pumping. I let out a panicked shriek, momentarily paralyzed when I failed to recognize my own animalistic howl, before diving to the floor instinctively. But, much like my very first experience smooching a toad, it was too late. The toxin, whatever it was, bufotenin, psilocybin, DMT, God's balls, slapped me into the hallucinogenic beyond in an instant. Unlike Kermit though, it didn't feel like I was dancing about architecture at all. Soon enough, drifting into a waking nightmare, I lost control of my body, and I could do nothing as I witnessed my flesh becoming one with the floor. I could feel my brain spread like mushy goo, slithering cerebral tendrils stretching to cover the entirety of my shitty apartment. A feeling of impending doom dominated everything, like perpetual death. Shitty as that may be though, it didn't even come close to being the worst part of my day. I could feel it, you know, the toad. It crawled all over me while I was woefully incapacitated. And fuck me if it wasn't the worst sensation I've ever had the displeasure of living through. Wart-like glands rubbing all over my skin, most likely releasing more of the toxins by the second. At some point, while I was somehow enjoying the sight of my own eyes slowly melting, it slithered over my face, rolling down onto the floor, facing me directly, and then it smiled. That's still not the worst part, although it was fucking horrendous. A human-skinned, human-faced, human-eyed, human-toothed toad smiling at you. Pray to whichever deity you worship that you don't have to ever face that. The endlessly flowing toxins soon became overwhelming, and I slowly felt my mind drowning in a heavy mist, of which soon became too powerful to fight. My last memory is of the toad smirking, a set of vividly blue eyes staring into mine. It's strange, you know? I almost felt peaceful, like I welcomed death. I woke up hours later with a headache that I suspect closely resembles being stabbed repeatedly from inside the brain with a fucking corkscrew. I could hardly move at all, but when my memories returned to me, particularly the memory of the toad, I somehow managed to stumble to my feet, exiting in the apartment in a post-trip haze. No, I haven't gotten to the worst part yet, but it's coming. I think I was halfway into my car when I noticed it. My skin. Look, there's this myth about touching toads, right? It's like the spider myth. Like how on average a spider lays 8 eggs in your mouth nightly or something. Only it has to do with warts. Touch a toad, grow warts. It doesn't work like that though. I've practiced totalingus for the better part of a decade now, and I haven't gotten a single wart to show for it. Well, unless you count the hundreds I've suddenly sprouted overnight. They're not warts though, I think. I'm no dermatologist, but they're not supposed to be this fucking big, I think. Like cysts, I guess. Warty pus-filled cysts. No, that's not the worst part still. You see, when I looked closer, there's something about them. Something inside them. Something moving inside them. Once I realized what I was looking at, I felt the need to start cutting them open, one by one, dragging the little fuckers out of there. Yeah, I've seen them before. I even had a fish tank full of them at one point. Not this particular species though, but they're all the same to some extent. Tiny, human-faced tadpoles. If you're a social media influencer or you spend a lot of time on the internet, you may have heard of an urban legend about a game called Relevancy. I must admit that when my friend Andrea first told me about it over a year ago, I thought it must be some kind of a joke at my expense. I've been trying to make it as a live streamer for the past 3 years and I have a modest following, so it stung to think that there was some important aspect of online culture that I wasn't aware of. To add insult to injury, my friend runs a popular vegan food blog and is far more successful than I am, so it felt like she might have been rubbing it in, about how she is in the know and I'm not. You get the idea. When I told her I didn't know what she was talking about, she gave me a once-over and arched her thick eyebrows. "You really don't know?" she said, and a prickly heat ran up my spine. We've been friends ever since 9th grade biology, when we were paired together and she handed me a pink beret because my fringe looked shabby. That was coincidentally the same day that she decided to stop eating meat after throwing up all over the frog we were meant to dissect. I love her, but each year she finds fresh ways to test my patience. You know, in the time you've taken to make me feel bad about this, you could have told me about the stupid game by now, I said, and I watched as her bright green eyes widened. Let her be offended. I was in the right. Well, With that attitude, maybe I won't tell you about it at all, she said, crossing her arms. In the sunlight, they looked like two slender branches that had become entangled. Fine, I don't care either way, I said with a shrug. Staring straight ahead, I could feel her eyes boring into the side of my face. With each step, her breathing sharpened, until she let out a short huff and stopped dead in her tracks. Do you want to hear it or not? Her voice rose and fell like waves. I smiled. She was too easy. I nodded, and spent the next 20 minutes enraptured by what she told me. It seemed so real and tangible, yet there was just that hint of the unbelievable, the magical, that landed it firmly within the realm of urban legend. The name of the game is Relevancy. You don't get invited to play unless you meet specific criteria, and I mean very specific. You have to be an influencer of some description. You must have 10k followers on at least 2 of your social media accounts. You need to meet the beauty algorithm standards of conventional attractiveness, and you have to be between the ages of 21 and 35. The list goes on, but these are the core requirements before you'll even be considered for a coveted place in the game. This isn't something you can just sign up for either. Each player in the game will have been hand-selected. Once you've been chosen, you will receive an email from a shadowy organization known only as the Agency, where you'll be asked to agree to the terms and conditions of the game. For the duration of the game, each participant will be paid $10,000 per day to cover their expenses and aid in promoting themselves. In exchange, the participant will be required to host a number of special events and contests dictated by the Agency. The participant agrees to do whatever the Agency asks of him or her throughout the entire duration of the game. Based on performance, participants will be eliminated from the game one by one until a winner emerges. The winner will receive the full endorsement of the Agency. If the rumors are to be believed, all of your favorite YouTube stars and live streamers and bloggers were all once Agency winners. You know who I'm talking about. How did you find out about all this? I asked, hungry for more details. Fantasy though it was, the thought of that kind of sponsorship made me dizzy with glee. Andrea's face lit up as she slipped a well-manicured hand into her jean pocket and produced her mobile phone. There was the satisfying click of her nails against the screen as she typed in her passcode. Her eyes darted back and forth as she swiped in a series of smooth gestures before holding up the phone to my face. It was an email. You have been invited to take part in this year's game of Relevancy. I got an invite, she said. When she was animated like this, her voice had a tinkling quality, like the chiming of bells. I took the phone out of her hand. This has to be fake, I said, scrutinizing the email. A lump formed in my throat as I reached the bottom and saw that she had replied. She had agreed to join the game, without consulting me first, without even breathing a word of it to me. Don't be so jealous, she said, snatching the phone out of my hand. Besides, I know it's real. I received the first payment today. I can show you my bank account if you still don't believe me. Whatever. I turned away as hot tears welled up in my eyes. I should be happy for her. Why couldn't I be happy for her? Why can't you just be happy for me? She said, flailing her branch-like arms in wild gestures of contempt. I pulled my hood up as the tears tracked their way down my face. I could taste the salt in my mouth, but I couldn't wipe them away, or else she'd know I was crying. I thought you of all people would know how much this means. Her tone had softened, and there was a twinge of hurt. But forget about it. She took one last look at me, but I kept my face shielded behind my hood. I heard a sigh and the click-clack of her boots on the pavement as she walked away. The next day, I tried reaching out to her to apologize, but she wouldn't respond to my text or pick up my calls. A month went by in this way. Each day that passed, I felt the guilt rise up inside me like a cancer seizing at my heart. I followed her social media with relentless fervor, keeping track of her every move, making sure she was okay. From what I could tell, she was having the time of her life without me. I noticed that her recipes had become more ambitious and increased in caliber. She must have been able to afford all the fancy ingredients she had told me about now that she was part of the game. She wanted me to be happy for her. She thought of me as a close friend, but she didn't include me in the biggest decision of her life. As she climbed that gilded ladder, she wasn't going to give her oldest friend a leg up. Along with guilt, another emotion crept its way into my heart and seeped into every aspect of my being. It is green-eyed and it's monstrous. It gnawed at me day and night until there was only a husk of me left. I would stare into dark-rimmed eyes into the glare of those screens until I saw the sunrise. That was until I saw her post about an upcoming livestream event. Andrea hated doing livestream events. She found them tacky. The event was called Fan Fight. It was a public event, and I knew I had to join. I had to see Andrea again, even if I couldn't speak to her. I logged on that night, and what I saw made me sick to my stomach. There was Andrea, her face caked in makeup, alongside some other influencers who I didn't recognize. She was in some kind of bizarre maid outfit that was so tight, it looked as though some parts of her body were caked in black tar. As she lifted a hand to wave at her followers, I saw the bony wrist and the veins like purple threads running down her fingers. "Hey there, my little devils. Are we ready to show our love for Miss Andrea?" She said in a sing-along voice, clasping her hands together, her cheeks hollowed out as she smiled. Something was horribly wrong. Andrea would never address her fans as little devils. She would gag every time she heard someone address themselves in the third person. And what was she wearing? I'm here with my bestest friend Kitty Cat Black for a bit of friendly competition. Her eyes flickered across the screen, and as they landed on the particular point, her smile dissipated. She shook her head to gain her composure, and that grin cut across her face once again. Now, we all know the rules. Her friend who was wearing what looked like a thrift store cat costume chimed in. You make a donation pledge based on something you want to see us do or say, and if we agree to it, you have to pay up, bucko. Remember, no request for us to take our clothes off. The one with the most money in the bank at the end of the stream wins the fan fight. Are we ready? The pair of them nodded in tandem, and there was a buzzing sound to signal that the competition had started. At first, the requests were mild. The bulk of them were for shoutouts to several fans, each time for chump change. It was once we reached the midnight mark that the suggestions began to get dark. Suck on Kitty Cat's thumb. One pledge read $50. I watched as Andrea giggled, her right eye twitching faintly. She wrapped her mouth around that fat thumb, and her lipstick smeared as she made her way down to the base. I want to see Kitty Cat slap herself in the face. $25. There was a loud smack. The skin on the side of the girl's face puckered red. $100 for Miss Andrea, but only if you eat one of Kitty Cat's chicken nuggets. With a trembling hand, Andrea pinched a nugget between her forefinger and her thumb. Lifting it off the plate, she pressed it to her lips, winced, and forced it into her mouth. The sound of her Lambert chewing was unbearable. She paused for a moment before smiling at the camera, giving a thumbs up, and swallowed hard. The evening became a circus, with each act more degrading than the last. As it drew to a close, both women looked as though they had been hollowed out. Miss Andrea, it seems that you're over 300 behind me, Kitty Cat Black said. And with only 10 minutes left to go, you're going to need a miracle to catch up. Andrea's eyes were wider now. There was something visceral and animalistic about her reaction to what her co-star had just said. She wrung her pale hands together with such aggression that one of her nails snapped off. I had to do something. I typed out the message as fast as possible and clicked send. Kitty Cat Black let out a sharp gasp. Miss Andrea, it seems miracles do come true. You received a pledge for $500, she said, beads of sweat forming on her brow. But all the pledge says is call me back. Do you know who it might be from? No, Andrea said, her tone hard. No, you don't know, or no, I'm not doing that. Are you sure? Kitty Cat Black's cheeks flexed as she smiled wider. I said no. Andrea's gaze dropped to the floor as she waved at her co-star in a dismissive gesture. Alright, well, it's your funeral. For a moment, Kitty Cat Black's mask faltered as she spoke. Straightening herself back up, she resumed her courtship of her fans until the livestream was over. For the last 10 minutes, Andrea did not speak or even look up at the screen. She knew she had lost. I stayed up for the rest of the night, hoping that my phone would ring. It didn't. I woke up bleary-eyed the next day, wondering if the whole thing had been a dream. I pulled my phone close to my face to check if I had missed any calls when I heard a ping. Someone by the name of Tobias had sent me a video. I didn't know anyone with that name and I was ready to dismiss it was spam, but my curiosity overwhelmed me. I opened the message and there was Andrea, silhouette in the darkness. The video was only about a minute long. Even in that dim light, I could see the streaks in that thick foundation where the tears had been. I could see her trembling hands and her bloodshot eyes. This is what she said. Chelsea, you know I love you. I'm so sorry for not getting in touch sooner. This has all been so crazy. I wanted to reach out to you last night, but I couldn't risk having them find out about you and what you mean to me. I don't know what's gonna happen to me, but I needed you to know that I love you so much and I want to see you again. I want everything to go back to the way it was. If they try to contact you, you have to ignore them. Delete the emails, go to the police. Do what you have to do. Please trust me on this. God, I miss you. The last 30 seconds were made up of her sobbing before shutting off the camera. I must have watched that snippet of footage over 100 times, and each time it broke my heart. I went to her flat and started banging on the door. No answer. I called her mobile in loops, hanging up and redialing as soon as I reached voicemail. I managed to get in touch with her parents, but they haven't heard from her since the previous night. I went to the police station and they told me I needed to wait 24 hours before filing a missing persons report. You best believe I was there the next day, bright and early, with my pen at the ready. I knew something wasn't right. I knew I had to see Andrea again. That was 1 year ago. No one has seen Andrea since that livestream event. A few months ago, I hosted a 24-hour stream where I played games with some other low-ranking influencers in order to raise money for a charity that helps the families of missing people. I don't know what possessed me to do this, but during the stream, I spoke about my experience with Andrea, about all the hours I spent crying, tearing my hair out, begging the police to do more. It must have struck a chord, because most of Andrea's old followers migrated to my account, and many more came with them from who knows where. I now have a healthy following and am on track to make a career out of what I love. All it cost me was my best friend. I received an email today. There was no subject and no name attached to the address. When I opened it and read the first line, I felt a coldness rise through my body. You have been invited to take part in this year's game of relevancy. I'd worked as a police dispatcher for 9 years of my life. It's a career that takes a level of mental fortitude that I don't think many possess. I used to hate saying stuff like that, always thought it sounded so pretentious. But the truth is, it takes a special type of person to be willing to voluntarily listen to some of the things we have to hear every single day. Don't get me wrong, the job wasn't always grim, and it even had its decent moments. I've got enough decently funny drunk 911 call stories to last me several lifetimes, though the reality of the job was usually far darker. I understood that though, and felt that I was more than equipped to deal with anything the job could throw at me. I was right, for a while. For years, I had answered every single call, always able to keep a steady head despite being faced with some horrific situations. My confidence in my ability to handle the job was unwavering, until the final call I ever took as a police dispatcher. I glanced at the time displayed at the corner of my computer screen. 11:43. I yawned, leaning backward in my chair with my arms extended as I stretched my back. I'd been at the desk since 3 in the afternoon, answering calls and dispatching officers as they were needed, which wasn't very often in this town. I lived in a little port town in Washington, about an hour or so out of Seattle, and though we weren't without our fair share of crime, our phones never rang off the hook, which meant a lot of free time for me. I was always okay with that. As soul-wrenching as many of the calls could be, moments of respite were always more than welcome. A notification on my screen caught my attention, and in an instant, I had returned to my seat, headset on. 911, what is your emergency? I spoke into my headset as automatically as any line repeated hundreds of thousands of times can be spoken. For a moment, the line was only dead silence before I heard a reply. I need a policeman. I think somebody is in my house. A child whispered from the other line. I felt the smallest of knots begin to form in my stomach. I shifted in my seat. Do you know your address? I asked, adopting a firm but lighter tone in response to the caller's age. I heard shuffling and heavy breathing from the other end, followed by a faint, wait. The caller returned and whispered their address. She was a little girl by the sound of her voice, and she sounded scared. Good job. What about your phone number? The process repeated, and I quickly relayed her information to dispatched officers. Her address was on the edge of town, a little out of the way, and I understood that it may be a while before help arrived. I stifled a sigh, not wanting to vocalize my worry as I received an estimated arrival time. Is there an adult with you in the house? I continued. No, the little girl replied breathlessly, and I could hear the anxiety rising in her voice as she spoke. My mom works late, and my sister, There was a pause, followed by an audible sniffle. She's camping with her friends, and... Somewhere on her end of the line, there was a crash, then a scream. My heart dropped. Are you still there? Are you alright? There was a repetitive thumping sound, followed by the slam of a door. I'm here. The little girl spoke breathlessly into the phone. Are you alright? I repeated the question. Yes, was all she replied, barely above a whisper. Her tone worried me. She sounded more than afraid. Sad? No, disturbed was a proper word for it. Then she began to cry. Not as quiet as you would expect, given her situation, but a deep, helpless sob that made my heart sink. When she spoke, it stopped altogether. Please, please, please help me. Her sobs turned into a hysterical cry, and I could hear loud, repetitive thumps from her end. Footsteps, and they were clearly not hers. They were heavy, far too heavy for a little girl. Without warning, a shrill cry, like the sound of microphone feedback, rang through my headset. The sudden assault of my ears caused me to jump, and my heart set off to racing like a jackrabbit. I fought the instinct to throw the headset off, and instead clenched my eyes shut as the noise faded as suddenly as it had come. I saw it, she sputtered through sobs. Oh, please, please, I don't know what it is. The frantic and frenzied nature of her begging increased, and a strangeness began to settle in the air that I couldn't quite place. A quick glance around the room confirmed that most of the desks around me were empty, and I was on the call alone. The thought made me feel very isolated, and a growing uneasiness continued to take hold of me that I couldn't place. Something about the call just felt wrong. "Police are on the way," I began. I tried to infuse this statement with my usual level of assertiveness and confidence, but I worried the uneasiness may be audible in my voice. "Can you tell me your name?" I asked. "Amber." "Alright, Amber. Are you or can you get somewhere safe? A room with a door you can lock?" "I'm in my room," she said through sniffles, and it was obvious that she had been crying profusely. I locked the door." "Good. I'm gonna stay with you on the line. Is there anywhere for you to hide?" The sound of footsteps grew in the background as her voice lowered to a whisper. "I think under the bed," she whimpered. "Okay, is there?" I paused, thinking over my words before continuing. "Anything you can use to protect yourself?" There was silence on her end for a moment, followed by a hush. "Yes." As she dropped the phone, I assumed to get a weapon. The clamor from within the house had grown close to the phone, and the piercing ringing sound had returned. I was almost certain there had to be something wrong with my headset or with Amber's phone, and the sound grew to an almost unbearable extent, matched only by defending thuds from somewhere on the phone. It sounded too close. I could feel the hairs begin to rise on the back of my neck, and the ominous sense of panic began to give way to an unexplained fear. The urge to look over my shoulder grew harder to fight, as the persistent thudding sound grew louder, nearer. It all sounded too clear, I guess. There was no static, none of the white noise typical of a phone call. Nothing. Just the sound of footsteps approaching closer, closer. I gave in to my instinct, whipping around in my seat, nearly losing my headset. No one. I had no time to settle my nerves, as Amber returned to the line. "Are you there?" she whispered, yanking me from the fog and back into the moment. Yes, I replied. I struggled to shake off my fears. Something was very wrong with this situation. Despite my worries, I shifted my attention back to Amber. There wasn't any weapons, the girl muttered, but I have something. There was a pause. "Okay, what do you have?" I asked, realizing my prompt was necessary. A rabbit? A pink rabbit," she said, and even over the phone, I could hear a little embarrassment. "My dad gave her to me when I was little," she sniffled. He said she would keep me safe." I didn't know what to say for a moment, but didn't want to miss a beat. "He was right," I said, as encouragingly as I could. "Everyone knows pink bunnies are great protection. Can you go back under?" I was interrupted. "Amber, I miss you." I could hear a man call from within the house. So the intruder knew her? I furrowed my brow. "Amber, do you recognize that voice?" I asked, hoping she could identify the intruder. There was a silence for a moment before her response. It sounds like my dad. Why does it sound like my dad?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "That's my daddy's voice. Why does it have my daddy's voice?" I didn't know how to respond to that. Hell, I didn't know what to think about. Had his voice? Before I could ask what she meant, we were interrupted by a sound. The thing we heard has taken me years to try to understand. I've come to believe it was that things laugh. At the time though, we couldn't know. It was the sound of metal crunching in a car accident as it met flesh. A wet, grinding shriek that shook me to my core. I wanted to vomit, and my vision began to blur. I can only imagine what it was like for Amber hearing that all in person. Amber? I panted. My senses returned to me all at once. She barely had time to respond before we heard it. A voice, or voices, calling for her from somewhere nearby. They spoke as one, all with the same odd and humane nature, dripping with malatant. Amber. My blood froze. Amber began to cry, and her cries eventually became pleas as she begged for help, her life, her mother, and my intervention. Five more minutes. Just 5 more minutes, I muttered, mentally cursing the timer which displayed the estimated arrival time of the dispatched officers. I prayed it would be soon enough. "It's outside the room," she whispered, her voice one of utter panic, before breaking into a quiet sob. I silently swore under my breath, "Amber, I need you to hide right now if possible. The police are 3 minutes away. Stay as quiet as possible." There was no response, but I assumed from the shuffling sounds I could hear that she had gone back under the bed. For a few moments there was silence. Then Amber spoke, and my heart dropped. "I'm going to die." "You are not going to die, Amber," I began, worry now audible in my voice. "I promise." It's reaching under the door. Oh my God," she muttered. There was a crash, louder than before, and Amber began to shriek. The noises continued, and it began to dawn on me what I was hearing. It was breaking down the bedroom door. Amber's screams had developed into horrified babbling and pleas for her life to whatever was on the other side of the door. Her screams were soon drowned out by the same noises as before. That sick fucking laughter. "What are you?" Amber shrieked, loud enough to make my ears ring. "Please, what are you?" "What are you?" it mocked, in a voice that was some sick parody of Amber's. Panic gripped me as I glanced back at the corner of the monitor, displaying the dispatch unit's arrival time. 1:36. Please God, let it be soon enough. "Amber, are you there?" I called. "Amber." As suddenly as it had started, everything went silent. Somewhere in the distance, I heard sirens. "I hear them, Amber. Officers are a minute away." Silence. My heart began to sink. "Amber, are you there?" I could hear something shifting, breathing. I think it's gone," Amber said. A surge of relief rolled through me, and I let out a sigh and leaned back in the chair. 27 seconds, the dispatch time read, and the sirens in the background grew louder. "You did very well, Amber. Police are almost there. You did really well." I couldn't think of what else to say. I never had a call like this, and something about it all felt so strange. Something Amber had said began to ring in my mind. "What are you?" "Amber," I began. "What did you see?" I was met with silence. "Amber." Amber began to laugh. "Amber," I said, my voice pleading. A wave of realization crashing down on me. The laughter grew more raucous and less human with every second. Somewhere in the background, there was a knocking sound. They'd finally arrived. Too late. I asked the only thing I could think at the moment. "Why?" The laughter stopped abruptly as the thing on the phone spoke. "It was fun." There was a click, and the line went dead. The house was empty when the officers arrived. No signs of forced entry anywhere except the door to Amber's bedroom, the bottom of which had been torn away by something leaving a wide space to crawl beneath. And Amber, or what was left of her, decorated the room. Whatever had been there left nothing behind to identify it, only carnage. The case was never officially closed, and everyone had their theories as to what had happened that day, ranging from serial killers to a bear attack, and everything in between. The call was never made public, not my decision, but not one I necessarily complained about either. I never wanted to hear that recording again. I put in my 2 weeks notice that same night, though I never returned to work after that day. I'd been content to try and forget about that call. As callous as it may sound, I was content trying to forget about Amber, to forget whatever I had spoken to on that phone. But I don't think it's done with me. Last night, I dreamed or had a thought I was dreaming the sounds of footsteps running throughout my house, as something screeched and laughed and mocked me just outside my bedroom door. I stayed in my bed long into the morning, despite the sound having stopped, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and confusion, until eventually, I convinced myself to leave the bed. I crossed the room, cursing every creak the floor made under my weight. I lowered myself to the ground, holding my breath as I peered under my bedroom door. There was something there, but it wasn't moving. I mustered up the little bravery I had left, and rose to my feet, my eyes shut tight and prayer on my lips. I pulled open the bedroom door slightly and stuck my head out just enough to see what lay outside. I stifled a gasp, and tears flooded my eyes as I bent over to pick up the object. Placed right outside my door was a little pink bunny, covered in dark stains. From somewhere within the darkness, just beyond the bedroom door, Amber's laughter echoed. He was waiting for me, there, just off the hiking trail in the woods behind my house. He leaned against a tree, his eyes closed, his expression serene. He wore a neatly pressed black suit and a crisp top hat that would have been out of style 30 years ago. Something about the sight of him, maybe his inappropriate attire, was deeply unnerving. Instinctively, I took a step backwards, and a twig broke beneath my foot. At the sound, his eyes snapped open. Those eyes, piercing and blue, held my gaze like a hook in a fish's mouth. A subtle, cat-like smile played at the corner of his lips. "I've been waiting for you," he said, his voice quiet and smooth as velvet. I could feel my hackles rise, but my legs had turned to lead. "I'm sorry," I said. "I think you must have me confused with somebody else." There was a brief flash of something, contempt maybe, across his face, but before I could seize on it, it was gone. "I don't get confused," the man said. "I'm exactly where I want to be, exactly when I want to be there. Do you understand that?" I nodded dumbly. Alarm bells clang in my head, my animal brain screaming danger, and yet I could not tear my gaze away. "I sought you out here," the man said, "because I need you to do me a favor." "What?" "Don't talk, just listen," he snapped. His anger flashed through my brain as a red-hot bolt of pain, but it faded as quickly as it had come, and he slid back into his easy, composed demeanor. The sunlight caught in his bright blue eyes and danced there in whimsical gaiety. He raised a long, white finger in front of his face, and I noticed that the nail was nearly half an inch long, thick and milky yellow. He tapped the tip of the finger to his chin as he spoke. "An old friend and I have a long-standing game," he said. "It's a bit like hide and seek, you could say. He hides and I seek. Are you following me so far?" I nodded again. "Good," he said. "Well, thanks to several enterprising assistants such as yourself, I've found him again, and I'd like very much to win the game before he goes scurrying off into those little rat holes again." He slid one of his long, thin hands into the inside pocket of his suit jacket and produced what looked like a very old and very ugly toy. It was a polished dark wood figure carved into the likeness of a twisted bat-like creature. He held it out on top of his open palm. "Take it," he said. As I approached him, my legs seemed to resist my course. Every step was like dragging a 30-pound weight behind each foot. I reached down to take the wooden idol, and for a moment, the tips of my fingers brushed against his skin. It radiated a hateful warmth, and my own skin crawled up into revulsive goosebumps. When I looked back into his eyes, they seemed to grow to dominate my entire field of vision. "Now listen very carefully," he said. "You are going to do exactly as I say." I listened. I was at the address the man had given me. the hateful little idol resting in my pocket. It seemed much too heavy for its size, and no matter how long I held it in my hand, it was always cold. My thoughts were swirling and broken, dancing away like shadows from the light of my consciousness. The only one that I could focus on was an instinct that emanated from somewhere in the back of my brain, the part born well before conscious thought had ever evolved. The instinct said that if I did not complete my task successfully, the man in the forest was going to hurt me, and very, very badly. I approached the door and rapped it with my knuckles. I heard the scurry of footsteps and the click that sounded like a shotgun cock. "No solicitors," called the voice behind the door. I took a deep breath and carefully repeated the words the suit man had taught me. Modoc Dur. There was a moment where nothing happened, and then the door swung open into darkness, and a man dressed in a cassock of a Catholic priest ushered me inside. He held a shotgun in his right hand. The door slammed shut behind me, and I heard the click and slide of no less than 3 locks. The priest's face was pale and lined with worry that hid behind false composure. "What news do you bring?" he asked. "He's outside the city," I said, repeating the carefully rehearsed words. "He plans to destroy this building with a bomb." The priest clicked his tongue. "A bomb?" he said. "But he knows that a bomb would only kill the priest. What use would that be?" "He plans to flush you out," I said. "He has a trap waiting for you on the road." The priest's face grew grave. "Tell me about this trap." I shook my head. "No," I said. "Not you." The priest seemed to understand. He gripped me by the arm and led me down the hallway with swift, long steps. He opened the door to a small, dark room, and as we stepped over the threshold, my leg exploded with fury pain. The idol in my pocket was radiating some sort of hateful energy. I could feel it coursing up and down my leg like electricity. The room was candlelit, and only a trifle brighter than the near-total darkness of the hallway. Behind an oblong obsidian table sat an old man dressed in a ragged robe of white cloth. His hair and beard were pure white, and both hung down below his navel. Lining the walls of the office were various religious talismans and icons. Some of them I recognized: the crucifix, a St. Christopher's medallion, an Egyptian ankh, yet some of them were fantastic and strange, ranging from iron shields bearing jewel-encrypted symbols, to elephant tusks covered in cuneiform script, to desiccated fingers that looked not quite human. The old man slowly rose, regarding me with a wary look. "I know you not," he said. There was a sharp intake of breath from the priest at my elbow. From the corner of my eye, I saw him raise the shotgun. I plunged my hand into my pocket and seized the idol. As my fingers closed around it, I felt as if every bone in my hand was simultaneously shattered. I hurled it at the old man, and it struck him in the forehead, releasing a shockwave that knocked us all to the ground and shook the talismans from the walls. I heard the blast of the shotgun, and when I sat up, I saw what the priest had fired at. The man from the forest stood in the center of the room, blue eyes flickering with mild amusement as he looked down at the priest. That small, cat-like smile crept across his lips as he watched the priest fumble in his cassock for another shotgun shell and slide it into the open bolt. The priest fired, and the man smiled wider. There was not a mark on him. He leaned down towards the priest, hands on knees, his face like that of a kindly older gentleman gently chiding a rambunctious child. "I'm going to kill you now," he said. Faster than I would have believed, his hands darted out, seizing the priest by the throat. Thick black revolts of blood pulsed from where his fingers pierced the flesh. Then, with a sickly wet ripping sound, he tore out the priest's throat and tossed it aside like a piece of trash. Hot arterial blood sprayed my face. The old man lay behind the desk, struggling to rise. He had a red mark on his forehead where the idol had struck. Blood still dripping from his fingernails, the suit man from the forest approached the old man. His voice was barely above a whisper when he said, "I win." He seized the old man's head and twisted it, and the neck broke with the sound like a broom handle snapping in half. He leaned down and picked something up off the ground and dangled it between his thumb and forefinger. It looked like a deformed bat, slimy with black blood. It was shrieking a high, careening cry, half the mewling sob of a baby, half the scream of lamb being led to slaughter. He walked it over to me and dangled it in front of my face, and I recognized it as the wooden idol. "Ah," he said, "our recently deceased friend certainly has grown powerful over the years. Just look how big the tunic is." I realized that the man's eyes were no longer blue. No, now they were yellow and reptilian. The thing squirmed in his touch. It sank its teeth into his finger and scrambled furiously at him with its claws. He grinned at me to reveal rows of razor-sharp conical teeth, yellow and stained with decay. He grasped the tunic in his fist and ripped off its head with his teeth. The bones of the skull gave way with a sickening crunch. He grinned at me again, and I saw a pink serpentine tongue flickering between his blood-stained teeth. "I know you'll never understand the significance of what you've done here today," he said, "but you've helped me out a great deal. I always repay a favor. Open your mouth." My jaw involuntarily clenched so hard, I thought I felt a tooth crack. The man simply laughed and seized my jaw in his deceptively strong fingers, squeezing it open. He upended the headless creature over my mouth, letting a few drops of black blood fall onto my tongue. Blazing white pain seared through my nerves, and the world disappeared into merciful unconsciousness. When I awoke, the man was gone. My clothes were soaked through with sweat, and my throat was raw as if I had been screaming for hours. The talismans that littered the floor of the office glowed with a painful white light. My body felt like rubber as I staggered my feet and stumbled out of the office into the waiting daylight. My life has changed tremendously since that day. I can no longer go within a block of a church without feeling an overpowering urge to vomit. When people pass me on the street wearing crosses, the holy talismans scream at me with a searing, painful white light. But there are benefits too. My muscles have been endowed with a lithe, serpentine strength. The injury in my lower back has disappeared, and I can smell people's emotions on them. But the most striking change by far has been my hunger, if you can call it that. It feels like an itch inside the back of my skull that constantly craves scratching. I don't know what I need to feed it. Perhaps more of what the man fed me from the tonic's neck. But with each passing day, I feel the itch grow stronger, scattering my thoughts like seeds on the wind. And now, in concert with the strengthening of the itch, a sweet scent has begun to drift towards me on the wind from far away. I can only catch it in brief snatches, but it smells like flowers and perfume, like fresh fruit and honey, like sweet, rotting meat and maggots. Most of all, it smells like food. My normal shifts were during the day, 9 to 5 like most people, but on that day, we were shorthanded on the night shift staff because the last person who worked during those hours had just quit. We lately had a lot of people quitting the night shift, so that meant I had to cover. Weirdly enough, I had never had to work the graveyard shift before then, and I was actually excited for it. I had brought some coffee and 5-hour energy with me because the hours ran 10 to 5, and there was no way I'd make it that far naturally. I got to my tower right before 10, when it was already pitch black, and the cold July night had fully set in. The tower was fairly tall, with several flights of stairs leading up to the top. The whole thing was mostly surrounded by thick forest. except for the trail I came in from, in a murky pond that was just to the right of one of the tower's legs. The pond itself was covered in those little frog pads and had algae floating around over the surface. It was actually quite big for a natural lagoon. I climbed up, and all I could hear was the non-stop sounds of crickets, frogs, and the occasional owl. When I hit the top, I fumbled with my keys until I finally found the right one, and walked right in. The one room was small and square-shaped. 3 of the walls were mostly glass, and the other one was opaque and had the door I just came in. The roof went up like a pyramid for a short length until it peaked, and it was all made of wood. To my left was a nicely made bed and a nightstand with a lamp and a flashlight on top. Not like I'd be using the bed though. On the wall next to that was the CB radio and communication stand, which every one of those towers had. Next to that sat my refrigerator and a microwave, which was part of a kitchen that extended to the other wall as well. Inside the kitchen on the right wall were several cabinets, some small ones that held snacks and some canned foods, and another set of giant cabinets that I couldn't open, which likely had vacuums and other cleaning supplies that were above my pay grade. Roomy. I went over to the communication stand and did my standard check to make sure everything was properly working. I called into the ranger station channel and said, "Well, Donnie, it looks like it's just you and me tonight." Donnie didn't say anything back, so I figured he was just taking a shit. I went and grabbed the flashlight on the stand and reached into one of its drawers, pulling out a set of binoculars from it. I went back out to the balcony and checked to make sure there was no fire hazards or any other kind of dangerous things were over there. Once I checked that box off my to-do list, I headed back inside and pulled out the chair from the communication stand and put it by one of the glass walls, and grabbed a granola bar from one of the kitchen cabinets to munch on. I put the binoculars up to my eyes and looked over the surrounding forest. It didn't seem like any animals were up and about, and no birds were in the sky either. I skimmed over a couple of clearings to make sure that no teenagers were off camping illegally. Then I went and peeked over at a far ridge, where I saw a snowman standing alone in a gap of trees. Hold the fuck up, it was July. I peeked again to see it wasn't a snowman, but some kid in a shitty ghost costume. It looked like the ones from Charlie Brown, with the big black holes for eyes that looked more like they were colored black than actual holes. The kid was still and staring right into my direction, unmoving. I couldn't see the kid's parents anywhere, and by now it was rolling up on 11, so that meant something was up. I broke contact on the kid and walked to the radio, calling into the station. "Donnie, you off the shitter yet?" "Barely made it out, but I'm here." I chuckled. Donnie was always good for a laugh. "There's some kid with a blanket walking around the southeast sector, and they look alone." "A blanket? What the hell are you talking about?" "It's a ghost costume. It's got the black holes for eyes and stuff." "You mean like the Charlie Brown coast? Can you check it out?" "Yeah, I'll go out and see what's up. I'll call in on my walkie-talkie to tell you what I see." "Roger that." I turned off the radio and crossed over to the nightstand drawer to grab the walkie-talkie. Once I had it, I sat back down in the chair and put my binoculars to my eyes, zooming into where the kid was. The ridge was empty, with no kid in sight, which I knew would make this 1,000 times harder. I pulled up the antenna on the walkie-talkie and dialed to the right channel. "Donnie, you hear me?" "Yup, loud and clear. I'm getting close to the sector. I'm heading up to a ridge for a vantage point." "Perfect. That's where I saw the kid, but they moved on since then." "Well, I'll just check around to see if I can find anything." I watched as Donnie came over the ridge, waving his flashlight around the dark, until he looked towards the tower and shrugged. "Nothing over here." "Damn. Hopefully he turns up again. Until then, I'll just notify the police and check with any missing reports." Alright, I'll go back to... Donnie's voice cut out, and I saw his flashlight turn off in the distance. The small lit up spot where he stood was swallowed in darkness. Donnie, you there? Donnie! I heard no response, and I rushed outside the door and around the corner to where I saw him, yelling his name, only to hear my voice echo into the woods. And that's when it hit me. There wasn't a single other sound in that entire forest. The crickets and frogs had stopped chirping. The wind didn't rustle through the leaves. Everything was completely standstill. I could hear my heartbeat throbbing in my ears and nothing else. I moved my flashlight around the woods for some futile attempt of finding him. I got into that state of mind where I got so scared my throat closed up, and if I moved, I felt like something very bad was going to happen. I had to do something now. I turned around, and as I did, I glanced at the stairs below me. At the bottom stood a skinny, horrifically angled woman. She was tall, dripping with water, with black hair and dark murky blue skin that stretched across her bent and broken bones. Her gray dress was shredded, and her black shoes were muddy and wet. In her face, her eyes were milky white, and her mouth hung wide open like a snake, like her jaw had been grossly broken. She let out a blood-curdling and ear-piercing scream of agony and began to shuffle up the stairs so fucking fast that I snapped out of my fear lock, and I ran the fuck back inside, slamming and locking the door behind me. There was no way she could run that fast, even if all her bones weren't broken into wrong directions. I ran back into the kitchen and grabbed the biggest knife I could find, and then I pulled out the walkie-talkie, screaming into it. Is anyone there? Donnie, where the fuck are you? Someone answer me, goddammit! Then I heard the creaking of a door. I slowly turned, and I froze when I saw what was there. The door was still there, locked and shut, and had been completely undisturbed. What scared me was the once locked giant cabinet that now stood open, with a kid dressed like a Charlie Brown ghost standing just in front of it. I stood there, unmoving until I heard the little shit giggle. I recognized that giggle. No fucking way. I pulled off the sheet to see one of Donnie's kids, Marvin, sporting a smirk and a walkie-talkie. Dad, Joey, I got him! Ha. Pissed his pants just like I said he would, right? He and his other son laughed from the other end of the walkie. I was mad, but glad I wasn't about to get murdered in a wooden tower. I grabbed his walkie and shot back. Pissed me off is what you did. I hope you're happy. Hearing you scream like a little girl sure did make me happy, alright. Yeah, screw you too. That wasn't even me. That was your stupid zombie chick. Who was that? Your wife? My what? Does the ghost look like a zombie from that far away? You said yourself it looked like Charlie. Not the ghost, the woman on the stairs. She screamed and ran up them so that she could scare me into the tower. Hell, she must be like an Olympic runner. Did you get Usain Bolt? Dean, I didn't put no woman on the stairs. I've been a national park ranger for close to 2 decades. Protocols have changed a lot in that time. I write this to try to keep people safe for the next time you venture to the big outdoors. Let me tell you about the last park I worked. I can't be too specific about the location for my job's sake. Anyway, we had a cluster of campsites that we rotated annually. The idea was to prevent one group from getting overused and worn down. Let nature regrow a little bit. The winter had just passed, and our big summer season was a few months away. I'm sent out to check the suitability of campsites to decide which ones need time to recover and which ones we can open up. Winters here are cold. Not too many people camp during the winter, aside from rugged masochists and Boy Scout troops led by people who believe they are rugged masochists. I didn't expect to find much out of the ordinary. The first site was clear and ready to go. As I'm trekking to the next site, I see what looks like some debris and junk down a ways in a river valley. Looks like some jackasses set up an unauthorized camp down there. Usually when that happens, they leave garbage and smoldering fires. This is going to be a pain to clean up. I approached, seeing the telltale wreckage of what must have been one hell of a party. Shit scattered everywhere. The skeletons of tents still raised up. And blood. I stop. And time stops with me. Pools of blood are spread out along the ground, next to signs of something heavy being dragged into the brush. I pull my radio off my belt and pause. I then pull my Glock 22 out of my holster and rack one round. I'm a certified law enforcement officer, but I haven't had to use my gun in a long time. I quickly look around for any movement, then get on my radio and call in for backup. While I wait, I listen. Silence. Silence in nature isn't good. Prey get quiet when they sense a predator. I hope all birds are being still on my account. I edge forward slowly, looking for anyone or anything. A shredded plastic cooler. A tent that has been annihilated with more blood splashed on the walls and inside. People died here. I know it. You can't lose that much blood and just walk off. But no people. Shreds of clothes and little viscera drawing all the goddamn flies here. But no people. I've seen bears rummage through camps and destroy anything that looked edible. There are wild hogs here that cut trails through the deep brush and are even more dangerous than the bears. But this isn't either of them. The devastation here, it's just too much. Some scourge of God came through here and just ripped everything to pieces. Finally backup arrives, and I'm sent to report to HQ. They even brought medics out here. I don't know why. There's no one here to save. One of the new recruits vomits at the scene. I'm glad to get the hell out of here. I get back, and HQ is abuzz. Only 4 people work here, but calls are ringing, printers printing, and the air feels electrified. The manager sees me and signals me to his office. He's pale, ashen looking with bloodshot eyes. I sit down by his desk, and he goes to the door and locks it. I've never seen him lock that door. He asks me what I saw. I tell him uninterrupted. He looks even paler afterward, and his hands tremble a bit. There's a very long pause, and I expect more questions. He doesn't ask any. I leave, then hear the door lock behind me. After a few minutes, I hear him call someone up, and a long, low conversation ensues. I never see him again. Word comes down from on high. We're assigned a new manager, one who excels at what he calls crisis. His first order of business: a controlled burn of the unauthorized camp and the sites closest to it. I'm not arguing. I watch the smoke rise in the distance and pray that's the end of it. New orders: relocate the existing campsites closer to HQ. Before we do that, we stake out a few trail cameras at the new locations, just to make sure it's not in the middle of a nesting ground. We put up a few cameras pointed at the hog trails through the brush for good measure. A couple days pass, and we go out to collect the footage. The new manager takes it all and starts studying it in his office. A couple hours into reviewing, he freaks out, starts screaming and yelling, gets on the phone calling up the line spitting more obscenities. He spends the rest of the day and that night in the office, calling up specialists and planners. Next morning, I show up for a meeting. Manager doesn't look like he slept. Massive changes afoot. He lays out our new plans, including massively bright lampposts circling the park border, as well as floodlights around the ranger station. Campsites need to be moved even closer in. Clear lines of sight from the light, if possible. I butt in, telling him that defeats the point of going camping. He tells me to shut up, that it's just the start. The park now closes at sundown, sharp. Also, we're now required to have a long gun on our person at all times. Now, it isn't uncommon for rangers to carry an AR-15 or Remington 870 shotgun going out into the deep woods. There are wild and rabid animals out there. The real concern are massive pot growers. These aren't your chill neighbors who hide a few plants behind the tomatoes. They run the spectrum from large-scale suppliers who like their privacy and dislike law enforcement, to anti-government crazies who think we have no time over them. The true patriots. Both groups have a few common points. They tend to be well armed, they don't like lawmen, and they won't shy away from taking a pot shot at some dumb poor ranger who finds himself in their fields. Keep in mind, Elliot Ness, Mr. I fought El Capone in one, got scared off busting up Appalachian moonshiners because they constantly sniped at him in the foothills. They shoot to kill. Those are the reasons we keep the big guns around, not routine patrols. I drew the short straw and got the overnight shift. Manager tells me more changes to protocol will be listed when I return. Overnights used to be easy. Monitor the radios, bust up the parties if needed, check for poachers if they're operating nearby, make sure the forest doesn't burn down. I clock in and per instructions, go to the gun cage. My things have changed. Our shotguns have new rifled barrels, so they can handle the solid slugs we've been issued. That's the kind of firepower you want to take down a charging bear. God forbid you ever need it. The AR-15s have been stepped up too. The old 15-round magazines have been replaced by 30-round ones. Someone even snuck us in hollow point rounds. Makes no damn sense. Shooting in the woods, you need full metal jacket ammo, so the rounds don't go wild when they touch a twig. Hollow points just exist to do more tissue damage. This is ridiculous. This is overkill. We're not a war zone. We don't need this firepower. Next to the radio, there are new instructions. Now we're not allowed to directly respond to emergency calls. We can reply, figure out what the issue is, then we report to a new phone number I don't recognize. Time passes slowly tonight. I'm not even allowed to leave the building until sunup. A few uneventful nights pass. The new floodlights and lampposts are frying my eyes. It's so bright out there, a blind man could see. A week later, some kids roll into the lot. They grab their backpacks and start hiking up the ridge. I know what they're up to. No one has booked a campsite that night. Cheap young ones go on a campout that will be a raging party. I wait for the sun to go down, confirming they're not out for a day hike. I call my manager to report. He instructs me to call the new number. I report up to them now. A curt voice answers the phone. He asks my park, then pauses. He asks the issue. Bunch of kids on an unauthorized site. Do I go break it up? I can see their campfire out on the ridge right now. No, do not leave the building. Do not attempt to communicate. That is all. Report if there are any developments. Right after daybreak, the manager rides up. It's real early. Have you seen them? Did they leave? No. The car's still there. Let them rest. They're probably all hungover. He curses non-stop. He then goes inside to make a call. I'm outside, looking up the ridge when he exits the station. One AR-15 in his hand. Another one strapped across his back. Glock on his hip. He marches single-mindedly towards his car. I try to ask him what in God's name he's doing, but he isn't listening or responding. He takes a jerry can of gasoline from his car and marches up the ridge. I yell after him, to no reply. I considered following him, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. I go back inside and call the number. The same curt voice, the same direct questions. Yeah, the manager went up to that campsite, armed to the teeth, and carrying gasoline. What the fuck do I do? Stay there. Do not interfere. Backup is inbound. Report if there are any developments. About the same time, I started to see smoke wafting off the ridge. 2 vans ride into the lot at a screaming speed. A dozen men, heavily armed and armored, exit quickly. I go out to check. Who are you guys? What's going on? The men are all lined up with that impeccable military precision. One of them, a commander, I assume exits the vehicle last. He says, "Which direction did he go?" I mean, he's up there. I point at the increasing smoke. The men fan out and start jogging up the ridge. I hear rifles cocking as they leave. I try to shout after them, but no response. I look at the vans they came in. Large, nondescript. They just say DOI response team on the side. Half an hour later, they return, dragging the manager with them. He is bound in zip ties. He screams, "I did what needed to be done. Trust me. It's worse than they thought. We can't stop this. Burn it all." They throw him in the back and sedate him. The commander approaches me. My neck hairs bristle in cold fear. I need to see the office. All computers and anything with a hard drive is coming with me. He mentioned videotapes. I need those too. I unlock the doors and they ransack the place. Everything gets taken. Printed reports from the last few years disappear into those vans. The videotapes get bagged up and held by the commander himself. He studies the gun cage. "Cute. You're out of your league," he scoffs. Finally, they found everything they looked for. The commander tells me, "Call the number. Tell them it's contained. You need a new superior. Also, don't talk about this with anyone." They leave, and just on cue, the fire brigade and a few news vans show up. The fire is contained, the news reports say. Rumors of missing campers are unsubstantiated at this time. Still, the rumors alone are enough to scare off this season's campers. The quick change-up of managers is chalked up to bureaucracy. The press dies down after a week or two. The new manager is very good at dealing with them. Thankfully, with no new campers and our now even shorter open hours, we can get more work done around here. Rebuilding the station took some time, and we just set up our new campsites. They're practically spitting distance from the station. Nothing dramatic happens for a few days. Then on a whim, the manager tells us to set up cameras around the station and the campsites. There's usually so much human activity around here, all you see are some raccoons. Maybe the rare hungry bear, but we humor him and set them up all around. Couple of days pass. We collect the footage. I play poker with one of the rookies while the manager watches hours of footage of an empty but brilliantly illuminated parking lot. Then he gets to the footage around the station. Screams come from the office. We barge in, and he's stomping on the camera's hard drives, gibbering things I can't understand. Along the lines of, "Told me it was clean, safe, no recent activity. Bullshit here, I'm not gonna do it." He barks at us to leave. Later he makes a call. Rookie goes up to the door and listens in. Rookie comes back to report. Yeah, he's demanding a transfer. Says they lied to him. Something about they didn't do their jobs properly. He's not prepared or equipped here. Then I heard the phone click and some sobbing. Hours later, my manager exits the office. His shoulders are slumped, defeated. We cut our hours even further, practically open on weekends only. We'll have a full staff ready those days, but a skeleton crew the rest of the time. Campers are required to check in to one of the closest sites. No campsite, and they're told to leave. We are not authorized to leave the station after dark under any circumstances. In an emergency, do not call 911. Call the number and do exactly what they say. We draw straws for who gets the overnight shift. Why we need to stay overnight if we can't do anything is beyond me. I asked the manager about it, and he said that standard protocol is to have someone on hand to report any irregularities overnight. I have to work my overnight shift. I keep my phone close, the number dialed in, ready if I need to call. It is a bad night. I just wind up pacing around with my shotgun, glancing into the bright floodlights, trying to see what's past them. I hear crickets, and it relaxes me. Prey is quiet when predators are around. It is a long night. The next night, my manager draws the short straw. He seems resigned. In the end, we all have to take a turn. He brings the brightest damn tactical flashlight I've ever seen. Said he brought it because he's afraid of the dark. He isn't really. He's afraid of the things in the dark. I get a phone call at 3 a.m. It's him. Get over here, now, and bring guns. What? You have a damn arsenal. Now. Oh, I swear to God, I fucked up. Oh man, I think they're attracted to the light. I called that number, and all they said was backup would be here in the morning. Oh fuck, goddamn. I hear the piercing staccato of gunshots. A pause. More gunshots. Screaming. Scuffling. The line goes dead. I call the number. A new terse voice answers. Look, I work at this park. I just got off the phone with my manager. I just spoke with him. What can you report? Something bad happened. It's serious. I heard gunshots. We will have backup there as soon as possible. Did he say anything else? Yeah. He said he thought that they were attracted to the light. Doesn't make sense to me. Interesting. Thank you for your report. The park is now closed. You will be reassigned. Goodbye. Click. Officially, the park was closed to be scheduled for a controlled burn. Let the old trees die and make room for new ones. There was nothing in the official report about what happened to the manager on duty. The public understanding was bureaucracies needed to be shaken up on occasion. No one asked any more questions. I get transferred to a new park, halfway across the country. Change of scenery and it's beautiful. They've got some odd rules here too. Don't go far after dark, and don't carry a flashlight. I'm concerned about why. Why can't you use a flashlight at night when you need one? They won't tell me. Be safe, everyone. You have a lovely home. Yeah, thanks, I guess. It was on the market a long time. Out in the boonies and rundown as shit, but I don't mind. Well, you've definitely modernized it. I like the camera at the front door. I've been telling my husband we need one of those. And those things in the yard, are they? Yeah, lights. I had a choice of 20 grand on the roof or on the lights. Guess which I picked? Well, given your circumstances, I guess that seemed like the right choice. Claire, before we get started, I had a little card I need to read to you. Okay? Yeah, sure. Okay. Great. I'm here acting as a social worker assigned to your case through the Community Mental Health Board. I'm not a licensed psychologist or psychiatrist, and our conversations are not a form of mental health counseling. They are not confidential, and I am not qualified to act as your therapist. If you feel the need for counseling beyond that, which may have already been recommended, or if you have any ideas of self-harm or harm of others, please let me know immediately. Okay, cool. Sorry, it's a mouthful, but if I don't read it, I can get in trouble. You understand? Sure. Now Claire, you're in our program because of your nyctophobia, fear of the dark, right? That's what they tell me. And you got referred to the program as part of the administration of what began as a criminal complaint. Is that right? Yeah. I was in a grocery store, in the back at the freezers. Those rolling blackouts we've been having the last few months, one of them kicked in while I was looking at the frozen peas or something. I thought my heart was going to burst. Security lights came on, but they were crappy and far away. They didn't do much. Besides, sometimes a little light just makes it worse. Lets you see what's in the dark. Anyway, I caught a glimpse of something. A reflection. Probably nothing. The chrome of the milk cooler or something. I don't know. But it freaked me right the fuck out. I started screaming, running toward the front, towards the light from the front windows, and I guess I hit a display. Pasta sauce or something. I don't remember. When I panic like that, I don't remember much. But the manager was a prick and called the cops like I was trying to vandalize something. And so, here we are. Yes, here we are. I'm sorry that happened to you. It sounds like they treated you unfairly, but maybe we can make this a positive thing anyway. It never hurts to have a little help. Still going to therapy like you're supposed to? Lady, I've been going to therapy for 25 years. I'm not stopping now. Oh, well good. Do you think it helps you with your nyctophobia? No, not really, because I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm fucked up, don't get me wrong. I have phobias, anxiety, depression, PTSD, but it's not the fear of the dark that gets me. I'm afraid of what's in the dark. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. It's really just a fear of the unknown, isn't it? I remember one time. No, not the unknown. I know what's out there. Oh, what's that? You don't want to know. You're wrong, Claire. While these aren't therapy sessions, I'm going to be coming to do monthly visits for the next year, and I'd like to become your friend. You certainly don't have to share anything with me, but if you want to, please do. When I was 14, I found my mother dead on the kitchen floor. Oh, I'm so sorry. She'd come home for lunch, and someone had been waiting. They slit her throat and had her spread out on the floor like she was making a snow angel. That was my first thought when I saw her. Why's Mom on the ground making a snow angel? Stupid. It doesn't even snow out here. But then I saw her eyes, or where her eyes had been. They'd been cut out. Eyelids too. And pieces of mirror were stuck in there instead. I could see little versions of myself as I started to understand what had happened. I think about that sometimes. Those little versions of me, like they're separate. And if they are separate, they were already there before I got there. They knew what was going on. They should have warned me as soon as I came in the room. Told me to turn around or to run. He was still there. Got me with a rag from behind. And when I woke up, I was in a trunk. It was some big old sedan eaten up with rust. I've seen pictures of it years ago. It honestly looks too crappy for a serial killer, which I guess says more about me than anyone else. There was a hole in the trunk lid, It let in a little patch of sunlight as we drove along, just enough for me to see that my mom was in there with us. Oh God. Yeah, I was real scared, but I was also kind of numb, I guess. I cried a bit, tried to wake her up, but I know she was dead. She'd been dead for hours already. Then I started to dig around in the walls of the trunk, maybe for a latch or at least some kind of weapon. There was nothing but me and her. When the car stopped, I knew he was coming to get me. I was going to kick him and scream, but I knew it wouldn't matter. I would be scared and hurt, and then I'd be dead, just like her. But he didn't come. Nothing happened. After a few hours, I started banging on the lid, yelling. After a while, I started worrying less about him coming back and more about dying in that trunk. She was smelling by that point, but then so was I. We were trapped in that dark together, and it was terrible, but at least she was already dead, you know? She didn't have to be afraid like I was. We don't have to keep talking about this if you're uncomfortable. Time gets weird in the dark. They told me later I was in that trunk for 3 days, parked at the far end of a rest stop where he'd abandoned the car. They never knew why he did that, or even who he was. That was always the part that mattered to them, catching him, because they didn't believe me. I'd given up or gone crazy enough in the dark that I didn't know how to keep trying. Either way, I was just sitting there staring when I saw something in that little bit of light that came in from the hole in the trunk lid. For days, it had been shining in a spot on my mom's shirt. It was this burgundy shirt she loved to wear for work. But now, it had shifted. She had shifted. I hadn't heard anything or noticed any movement. It was the mirrors that gave it away. They were closer to the hole now, you see, broken bits of light shining at me in the dark, seeing me as I saw it, watching those little pieces of me start to scream as it pushed closer in the dark. Quiet, so terribly quiet, no sound of breathing or movement, like an eel swimming out of liquid night, getting closer with shining eyes and a wide, horrible smile. And then the trunk opened. A janitor had heard me screaming my head off that time, and it all went from there. I went to the hospital. Cops came and talked to me. I went to a different kind of hospital, and they came and talked to me again. I got out, lived my life, and now here we are. Yes, here we are. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Oh good. Well, that makes it better now, doesn't it? Are we about done? Yeah, yes. Just, you know that what happened in the trunk, it didn't really happen, right? That was just your mind playing tricks on you. You were in shock, maybe even dreaming. That's what they tell me. Fugue state. Trauma-induced hallucination. Fancy ways of telling me no, because my version of reality is inconsistent with theirs, with yours. But it's just, that's impossible. They're right. You were just a poor, traumatized girl seeing things on the worst day of your life. And I can see it still weighs on you. I wish I could carry that burden for you, even for a little while. And I'm no expert, but I feel like if you could just see that it's not real, you'd feel better about things. Let me walk you out. Sure, yeah. I'll call at the end of the month to set up a time for our next visit. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be pushy or nosy. I just find this kind of thing fascinating, and I really do think that, fucking blackouts, give it a second. There we go. That was fast. Why are the lights in the yard flashing like that? Oh, the power's still out. I have a generator. The lights in the yard are set to flash for 30 seconds during a power distribution, and then go to a rotating slow pulse until regular power is restored. Supposedly it saves on the power drain to the generator. They certainly are. Bright still. Yup, kind of the point. Thanks for coming to visit. Wait, what's that? What's what? Those lights out there. I see. When the lights move out across the yard, I can see other things lighting up out there. Do you have reflectors farther out? No reflectors. Just the lights all around the house. Well then, what is it? What's the reflecting out there? There's so many. Sounds like you should get going then. Oh God, when the light went by again, I think they're moving closer. Let me back in, please. Sorry, but I'm not opening the door again. You should go if you can make it to your car. What is it? What's out there? Figments of my imagination. They've been coming around from time to time since I got out of that trunk. Since it saw me. Please open the door. Not happening. Sorry. They like staying out of the light, but I'm not risking an open door now that you've got their attention. But you really do need to get out of here. There's enough light to make it to your car. No, you just let me back in and... Bitch, I'm not playing with you. You will fucking die out there if you don't move your ass. You unlock your car with the clicker. You run to it and get in. You drive away and go home. And when you go home, you keep all the lights on. You did this on purpose. You agreed to me after dark. Said it was the only time you could do it. You want them to get me. No, I don't. And I couldn't say for sure they'd even come tonight. But maybe they would. And if they did, maybe they'd take an interest in you and leave me alone. I'm so tired of it. Of all of it. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's time for someone else to carry the burden for a while. Better hurry. They're starting to sing. We were pretty superstitious. All of us were. My mom, my dad, grandparents and teachers, neighbors, coaches, and bus drivers. We lived our lives by many traditions that might seem naive and old-fashioned at first glance. There's a simple reason for us having them though. We all lived fine and well, obeying the communal gut feeling, and it never disappointed as long as we listened to our sayings. Not all of them sounded as inherently disturbing as the empty chair, of course. Some were just signs we looked out for. Like if there's a butterfly in your house, it means you'll get visitors soon. Others were little tricks that could ease your life. Like if you wanted visitors to leave your home, a bit of salt poured into their shoes will do the trick. And some were, well, a bit disturbing, I guess. Like, if you lean over a railing, the devil will grab you and pull you towards the ground. That one we really can't fact check, unfortunately. As I said, there were many of those. Phrases they kept repeating so nobody will ever forget. And the one I've heard the most in my life happens to be the one about the chair. Never leave a chair in your bedroom empty at night. Dad repeated it every night like a prayer when I was still little. And Mom would come by later in the evening to make sure I had a backpack, some books, or even just a jacket lying on my desk chair. It was the only one in my room. As I grew older, they didn't need to remind me anymore. The phrase was deeply ingrained into my brain. I still heard Mom's footsteps at night though. I suppose she wanted to be really sure nobody would be taking a seat next to me at night. When I was younger, I didn't understand why this was so important to everyone I knew. To me, there was one simple solution to the whole hex altogether. Simply not having a chair in your room. You don't really need it when you have your own bed anyway. Except for doing homework, maybe. Unfortunately, however, removing the chair is not an option. And there's a reason for that too, of course. As I said, superstitions are kind of our thing. As terribly afraid as the people of our community were of forgetting an empty chair, they were even more anxious of what might happen if there was no chair at all. You want to have a space for someone that might visit. You simply don't want them to visit without your approval first. It's a very strange concept, and I can't quite say how it even started. I suppose it's something our village people made up a long time ago. Someone probably once tried to remove their chair and was met with terrible fortune, and so they took the risk of having the chair in their rooms with items stacked on top. I never cared for strange ideas and superstitions of our community much, not until I understood what happens when you don't listen to them. You can never have every single member of a community obeying the same rules. Some people are inherently against going with the flow, risk takers, show-offs, and adrenaline junkies. Then you have the ones who never listened much as kids and grew up not caring for old traditions, especially when they read and watch all kinds of horror stories and start to realize that something isn't necessarily scary just because someone says so. I suppose many kids now just think that the whole saying is a way for their parents to make sure they keep their rooms clean. And so of course, there were the ones who initially kept a chair, or even more, welcomingly empty for whoever might visit at night. They called themselves brave. We call them cautionary tales, because they all would regret it when the visitors came. The story I know best is the one of Billy Tucker. Billy never cared much for any of the tales the older ones tell. Billy liked to tempt fate more than anything. While he lived with his parents, they made sure he was safe even though he didn't approve. But Billy grew older and bought his own little home in the same street as us. It was the very first night that he would sleep there alone, and I suppose he forgot about the chair. Or possibly, he just wanted to see what would happen if he ignored the phrases that had been shoved in his head all his life. I saw him getting his mail the following day. He looked tired and disturbed. He told me he kept thinking there was someone inside his home, but that wasn't possible. Nobody ever broke into a house around here. He told me he heard someone whisper in his ear to wake him up. When he looked around, he saw nothing but a jacket that wasn't there before, hanging by his closet. You know, it was probably my mom. That woman is anxiety personified. Billy joked back then. That was the first day. After that, Billy hardly left his home anymore. I'd see his parents stop by at times to bring him food, but he never stepped outside. Apparently, he was slowly but surely losing his mind. It lasted a week until his parents found him hanging from his bedroom closet. It was a devastating tragedy for sure, but I wasn't completely convinced that it had anything to do with a chair. Billy had been a troubled kid, that was no secret. However, whether I really believed in it or not didn't matter. My gut feeling had merged with the one of the community. Whether I was afraid of the empty chair or not, as long as I lived in the strange village with all the rules and sayings, I would stick with them, even if it was just for the sake of my parents' mental health. And I did, all those years, until I moved far away from the village. Living in a big city was far different than anything I'd ever imagined. I suddenly had a sense of freedom I never perceived before. At first, it was overwhelming. All the places I could go to and all the things I could do, but after a while, I realized that this was exactly where I belonged. I found new friends, got a nice studio apartment, and a new sense of my own identity. But of course, the words I heard all my life stuck with me, even far away from our village. I suppose a part of me believed in the superstitions, at least to some degree, but I always believed that I left them with me at my old home. I didn't believe they would follow me. Not until the night. I came home rather late after drinking at the pub with a few friends. I could hardly keep my eyes open and went to bed pretty swiftly. With the last bit of consciousness, I heard the bag on the chair in my room slip to the ground. My gut kept telling me to go and pick it up, but my drunken and tired mind said that everything would be fine. I should have listened to my gut. It was still pitch dark out when I woke up by the sound. It sounded as if someone was moving inside of my apartment. At first, I didn't register much. I guess for a moment, I forgot that I lived alone. When the realization came to me, my eyes opened wide. My heart started racing and I had to control my breathing. I collected all my courage and quietly moved my upper body up so that I could inspect my surroundings. There was nobody there, at least as far as I could tell with the dim light shining through the window. To calm down my nerves, I got up from bed and turned on the lights. The good thing about the studio apartment is there aren't many rooms where someone could hide. I checked behind the corner in my kitchen. I checked under my bed and in the bathroom. There was no sign of someone being inside until I saw the coat rack. Most of my jackets are black, so I didn't notice right away, but there was a coat that didn't belong to me, as well as a black top hat. My eyes moved to the ground when I saw the big leathery shoes with dirt underneath them. My entire body started shaking. "Hello?" I called out into the empty room. There was no response. Of course, I called the police and they checked every single corner, but there was not a single sign of anyone breaking in. As they arrived, the coat and shoes were gone, but I still saw the dirt stains on the ground. The police were clueless. I'm not sure whether they thought I was insane or on drugs, but finally, they left and I was alone again. A part of me wondered if I possibly dreamed it all up or I mixed up the coat with one of my own. But in the end, I knew I was just lying to myself. Someone had been in here and it was my own fault for leaving the chair empty. I figured there is one simple solution to my problem. So the following evening, I made sure to stack enough items on the top of that chair to make sure nobody would even think about taking a seat in there. It seemed like a decent plan considering the ridiculous superstition I was following. I didn't realize, however, that there wasn't going back after he messed up once. That's what happened to Billy. On the first night, you question the act. You can't believe that there could be anything true about that old saying. And how could it? You make yourself completely paranoid. The following night I was still confident, at least to some degree. The fear was still very much present, but I believed to have a solution. I had books and clothes stacked upon my chair, and after a couple of hours of tossing in my bed, I managed to fall asleep. What you don't realize is the effect the visitor has on you. It starts nibbling on your mind. If you invite it once, it learns your scent, and it will continue coming back each night. No matter where you go or if you stay up all night, it won't stop until your mind can't take it anymore. I knew that. I'd heard all the stories. I just never believed how cursed we truly were. That night, I woke up by the sound of a whisper. The words made no sense to my mind, but they were near and felt thoroughly unkind. A hand was grazing my face, but when I opened my eyes, there was nobody to see. The next day, I thought about staying with a friend, but I was afraid I might burden them with the same fate if it followed me, so I got a hotel room instead. I woke up when I heard a hollowed laugh. It didn't stop until the sun came up again. For days I didn't sleep. Wherever I went, I knew it was there with me, chewing on my mind and swallowing my free will. As the days progressed, The whispers became more clear. It was as if it was pulling me over to the side where we could communicate, a side where I could make sense of its words. Come with me. You won't be missed. Your choice has already been made. The voice was omnipresent. It kept whispering and laughing until every moment of my life was drained in color of nothingness. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I didn't feel. I was just afraid that if it pulled hard enough, I wouldn't be able to come back, just like Billy. We were pretty superstitious. All of us were. We all lived fine and well, obeying the communal gut feeling, and it never disappointed as long as we listened to our sayings. I thought about that when every other thought in my mind stopped making sense. I thought about the things I was told ever since I was a child. The words that might even be able to help your life. Like if you want a visitor to leave your home, a bit of salt poured into their shoes will do the trick. It was a long shot, but the visitor was always polite enough to leave its shoes and coat by the door. I don't know how permanent the trick is, but last night, I finally slept on my own again. My two buddies and I went on a hunting trip for bull elk last November, and we were having a great time, to say the least. That, however, soon would change after what we saw on the third day. Now, I'm not one for superstition, and I don't believe in ghosts at all, but what we saw out there really changed my view about those sort of things. The trip started out normally after we parked our trailers at camp. We got there a day early before the hunt officially started so we could settle in and get some scouting done. Only Eric and I had licenses because Brian didn't draw out this year, and he wanted to come along with us anyway. Brian also brought along his German Shepherd named Lucy, which stayed back at the camp with a leash that was connected to a metal spike. The spike was so deep in the ground that I wondered if we'd be able to get it out. I asked Brian and he told me that his dog was so strong that it had to be that deep. I enjoyed playing with Lucy. She was always excited to see me and would greet me by jumping up on my two legs and try to lick my face. Eric, however, was not amused by her and would constantly yell at her to leave him alone. Anyway, the first 2 days we saw so many cow elk in valleys and on the side of the mountains that I thought for sure that we would see some bulls out there, but there was none among them. It wasn't until the third day of the hunt that we saw a bull elk, but it was too far away to take a shot at, and even if we were able to hit it, it would take hours to try to pack that thing out. So that evening, we decided to hunker down next to some fallen trees and were able to watch a hillside. While we were surveying the area, Brian spotted a coyote about 250 yards, walking to a small pond of water strangely as if it was maimed. Eric took out his binoculars to take a closer look, and he started describing it saying, "That coyote, it ain't right looking. It has a hunch on its back like a bear, and its jaw, oh man, its damn jaw seems like it's been broken, and now it's dropping there like a dead fish." "Let me see those binos," I asked curiously with an outreached hand. Eric handed them to me, and as he did, he seemed to grasp his gun tightly. I took them and looked at the animal and said, "You're right. That thing's jaw is just hanging there. Also, did you happen to notice its hair? It's so long and unevenly dispersed." I then handed the binoculars to Brian and he looked at the coyote for 1 second and screamed, "Shh, Brian, shut up. We're hunting," Eric whispered harshly. "What did you see?" I asked as I looked at his shocked facial expression. Brian looked at his feet as he muttered, I saw my dog Lucy, but it wasn't her. I don't know what that was." "It couldn't have been your dog. When I looked at it, it looked like a dying coyote. It didn't have the large black spot on its back or your dog's strawberry red sides and underbelly," I said in a plain yet confused manner. "Well, since we ain't gonna see anything out here cause you screamed like a baby, I'm going to put the coyote out of its misery," Eric said angrily as he raised his rifle and looked through the scope. A large shot followed and we saw the animal drop down soon after. It was a clean kill, and Eric was curious about seeing what was wrong with the animal up close. So he started to get ready to hike out. As he got his stuff together, he said, "You probably just didn't get a good look at it, Brian. Your dog is fine." Brian stood up, and he brushed the dirt off his butt. He replied, "I swear, I saw my dog, but an evil, demented version of it with human eyes. But you guys are probably right. There's no way she could have the strength to yank out the metal stake holding her back at camp. Well, let's go find out the truth about this animal," I said somewhat excitingly as I started walking towards the dead animal. It took us about half an hour to hike over to it, and we lost sight of the animal's corpse as we passed through some trees. Once we finally got to the spot where the animal had dropped, there was no corpse, just a puddle of blood. However, the blood was blackish and very dense. Eric observed the scene and started to scratch his head as he said, "I could have sworn I shot that thing straight through its heart. There's no way it could have just gone back up and walked off." I had an eerie feeling about the whole situation, and Brian was still afraid that it might have been his dog that got shot. Eric, however, noticed a trail of blood leading into a dark tree line. Without asking, he started to follow it and he loaded his gun. As he did, me and Brian were both freaked out and just watched Eric as he went into the forest. He soon went out of sight, and Brian and I could not leave him here, so we waited. I passed the time by taking a skinny stick and poking at the puddle of blood. It smelled terrible and the aura hit me pretty hard, so much so that my stomach convulsed and I threw up. "You okay?" Brian asked as he put his hand on my back. Before I could answer, there was a loud shot that echoed through the trees, and we both looked at the direction it came from. "Must have found the animal," I said as I spit into the grass. As soon as I said this, we could now see Eric, but he was full on sprinting. "Run!" he screamed as he ran at us. I noticed that he must have dropped his gun because he wasn't carrying it. I was about to ask him what happened, but Brian grabbed my arm and yanked me towards where we had parked the truck. Without hesitation, I ran. We soon made it back to the truck and my shoulder hurt from the rubbing of the gun strap. I looked back at Eric, who slowed down for nothing. I soon looked behind him and saw nothing chasing us. So I opened the truck and got in without worry. Eric then climbed in and told me to hit the gas and go. I was so perplexed on what Eric saw out there, and I knew that he hardly got scared of anything, so this started to freak me out. I started driving fast back to camp and I asked Eric, "What did you see out there that was scary enough to make you drop your gun?" "I don't know, man. That was no damn animal." I followed the trail of blood and it stopped at the base of a tree, and I was wondering how a coyote was able to climb a tree, but when I looked up, I saw this hairy humanoid creature there. It smelled so freaking bad. Eric went on about how scary that thing was, and how he was done with the hunting trip and wanted to go home. We soon pulled into camp and mutually decided that we were going home. I started to pack my things and then felt like something was missing. I then thought to myself, "Lucy, where's Brian's dog? She usually always is so excited to see us back at camp. She can't stop barking and whining to be set free." As soon as I thought this, Brian started screaming and crying. I ran over to where he was and saw that the dog was gone. However, on further inspection, I noticed what Brian was looking at. Something had pulled out the metal stake in the ground and strung Lucy up on a nearby tree and had skinned her. Brian just could not stop crying, and Eric ran over to see what was wrong and just stood there, jaw dropped and frozen. He then muttered, "She was skinned alive. There's a bunch of bruising caused by struggling around her neck where the collar is." "Shut up, Eric, you ain't helping," I said as I put my shoulder around Brian, who had unstrung his dog's body from the tree. "Skinwalker," Eric said in a low tone of voice as he looked into the distance. He then screamed, "It's a damn Skinwalker!" I followed his gaze and saw an animal that looked like Lucy, but it had human eyes and a sickly green glazed looking coat of fur. Brian stopped crying and just stood there, eyes locked on the beast. Eric then whispered with his voice quivering, "We all run to the truck on a count of 3. Just leave everything else." Brian and I slowly nodded and agreed to the plan. "Okay, 3, 2, 1, Eric whispered sharply, and we all took off like a pack of gazelles for the truck. We hopped in, and as soon as we did, we saw the Skinwalker lunge at us and struck the right side door with such a powerful blow that nearly tipped over the whole truck. It didn't stop me whatsoever, and I drove out of there faster than I ever could have. After that, none of us ever went hunting again in that area. We never even went back to claim our camping trailers and supplies. It was too terrifying to think what happened to Brian's dog could happen to us, and that thing would walk around in our skin. Since that experience, I am now a superstitious person. I always read stories about skinwalkers. Now I've killed one. I remember back when I was a high school kid reading Creepypasta stories. The Skinwalker ones always stuck out to me. You know, the ones where the people are in some remote location, then one of them disappears for a bit and comes back different, then starts baaing like a goat, and they run away, blah blah blah. They're all similar, but I found the idea so interesting. Creepy goat beast that pretend to be human. Sign me up. My only problem with the stories are how helpless the people always were. Sometimes the people would fire a shot, and all it would do is slow the creature down. Fair. But first, they would take too long to figure out something is up. Or they would just run and hide. That never worked out. I'll admit, skinwalkers are damn scary. I know now from experience. But I also know the only way to beat one is to fight. I do have something to admit. I was a serious addict at the time. Not to one particular thing. I just didn't want to be in my own skin. I wouldn't say I was homeless. More like a nomad. I had some money in the bank and a car, but not much else. Well, except for the copious amount of drugs. I have been 2 years sober now, but this story is from 5 years ago. Even after I fought the fucking monster, I didn't get clean. The scariest monsters are the ones inside of us, but skinwalkers are pretty fucking scary too. Here's my recount, to the best of my memory. It was raining in Detroit. I had been driving back from Canada after getting some exquisite MXE, cheap and well made. Thanks, Canada. I figured since it was pouring and getting dark, I'd find an old abandoned house to sleep in. I drove down a few of the roads in the outskirts of the city. Dilapidated houses on both sides of me. Many of them had water pouring through their broken windows. Some of them were partially caved in, wear and neglect taking their toll. One was on fire. Detroit really had become a shithole. My best guess was water had gotten into some electrics. I heard sirens in the distance. Good sign though, since that meant electricity was flowing down the block. I drove a bit more, until I saw a house that fit my 3 criteria. It wasn't leaking, it wasn't occupied, and it wasn't on fire. It was a pretty nice house. 1 floor, small but comfortable, redwood paneling on the outside, whiteboarded windows, even a stone chimney. I went around back through the overgrown yard, picked the miraculously unbroken door, and got out of the rain. I checked the place out, and it was like I had walked into heaven. The bedroom had a mattress. The sink wasn't gross and had running water, and there was an electric stove that worked. Today was my lucky day. I unpacked some of my things, threw my sleeping bag on the mattress, and set some water to boil while charging my laptop. See, I told you I wasn't homeless. I liked a bit of comfort in my life. I had my cooler with milk and butter too, so my mac and cheese was damn delicious. And finally, I had my time to get high. It should be noted, I never hallucinated. Even after taking tons of acid or shrooms, I only had the color effects and swirling. Distortion, but not projection. So imagine my confusion when, sitting in a warm light, I had in a sturdy chair. High out of my mind, I heard a bah sound outside. I wasn't scared, but since when were there fucking goats in Detroit? Weird, but I was occupied, so I got back to watching YouTube on my phone. Come morning, I woke up to find it was still raining. Great. I was honestly enjoying my stay in the somewhat furnished house, so I pulled out my laptop and got to some browsing. Of course, I helped myself ingest a bit more MXE, plus a bowl or two, and I was quite content. Then I heard a knock on the door. Fuck. Weed always made me paranoid, and while it was slightly negated by the MXE, being in a house I had technically broken into put me on edge. I hope to God it wasn't the police, but I answered the door nonetheless. There stood a man, soaking wet, clearly high. I thought, hey, unless this guy shanks me, we could be best buddies. He wasn't intimidating, a bit shorter than me and scrawny, with unmatched shoes a size too big and uncut scraggly hair. Hey boss, help a guy get out of the cold and rain for a bit? I said sure. Who was I to say no? It wasn't my house, and we exchanged some pleasantries as he came in. I don't think he was in any state of mind to determine that the house had clearly been abandoned. But even if he was, he didn't say anything. He just sat down in a chair and rode whatever wave he was on. I continued my own browsing, taking a bit more MXE out of sight from him, then offering him to smoke. He happily obliged. I figured another druggie wouldn't care to steal some guy's weed, but a white powder, even I'd steal that if I saw it. A few hours passed and the rain let up. He thanked me, got up, and left. Another human interaction with no trouble, a win in my book. Since it was around 5, I made myself a cup of ramen and continued on my never-ending journey of dousing myself loathing with chemicals. I threw down a bottle of cheaply acquired Robitussin to add to my high, and waited for it to hit. Once the hour of waiting was up, I felt the new sensations flowing through my veins, and lay down to get through a bit of nausea. As I was laying there, something passed through my peripheral vision outside. It almost looked like a goat. I wasn't going to be getting up unless the bed under me was on fire, so I stopped caring. Then came the bah again. My mind neurons, now shooting quickly in succession to recognize any pattern, went right into the stories of Skinwalkers. I vividly remembered everything, and a part of me, a small part, wished that I was dealing with one. I fantasized about being in the woods, seeing a friend come back as something wrong. I went through the possibilities, how I would handle it. Plans and plans ran through my brain, setting wild booby traps, shooting it with a machine gun, and many more I don't remember. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next day I felt like absolute garbage. My stomach couldn't handle an entire bottle of cough syrup like it used to. Now I know I was getting stomach ulcers, but I was still in the midst of my addiction then, so I didn't really care. I drank some milk and took an aspirin, popped a few Xanax, and passed out for the next 16 hours. I woke up to a loud knocking on the door. I tumbled out of bed, headed to the door, then noted it's pitch black outside, raining again, and I don't actually live here. Who the fuck could that be? I got to the door and tried looking through the peephole, but couldn't see a thing. Then I heard the knocking again, loud and fast, like it was an emergency. I popped back to where my bag was, grabbed my admittedly crummy old gun, and pocketed it. Then I opened the door. There stood the man from the other day, drenched again, looking down at the ground. I asked him if he was okay, and he slowly turned his head up. He locked eyes with me, and a shiver went down my spine. Something was different. "Hey boss, help a guy get out of the cold and rain for a bit," he said as he did the first time, but the slur of his words was gone and his voice had a strange nasal sound to it. Against my better judgment, I let him in. He walked rigidly now, much less talkative. He sat down where I offered and just stared at me, like I was something novel, like I was something different. I packed and lit up a bowl since he was seriously making me uncomfortable. Then I offered it to him. He stared at me like I had two heads, then took it and inhaled, mimicking me. That was a bad idea. I quickly noticed a few things. He was now coughing so hard, it looked like his face was about to come loose. Then it did, like a kid wearing a Halloween mask that slid to one side. His pupils turned into rectangles, and his hands had ripped open, peeling back like a banana peel, revealing claws. I had just gotten a Skinwalker high. I stared at him, at it, dumbfounded for a second, before the primal part of me took over. I don't know how I pulled it off, but my brain fired the emergency switch, ran to the bedroom, grabbed my bag with everything in it, crushed up an Adderall, snorted it, refocused, ran back to the entry, saw the Goatman/Skinwalker, who was now freaking the fuck out and buying. Bony protrusions had cracked up through his spine. His clothes had almost ripped entirely off. The beast's chest, now hulking mass of muscle, pulsating with anger, growing larger by the second. I ran past and booked it to my car. I threw my shit in the car, and my brain was on ultra speed. Would driving work? No, those things always catch up in the stories. Gun? Not my piece of shit. Fire? Fire would work. I grabbed my spare can of gas from my car and booked it back, and hoped to God that the thing hadn't regained its senses. When I entered the door, I realized it had, and it was pissed. The now hooved monstrosity charged right at me, swiping with its claws. It grazed my side, sending searing pain through my synapses. I barely managed to hold on to the can of gas, and tumbled into the bedroom, directly onto the bed. I was apparently bleeding more than the pain was telling me, because I slipped a bit in the puddle of my own blood, trying to flee to the opposite side of the bed, away from the monster now barreling through the doorway. I flipped the mattress with my sleeping bag up, and the thing started shredding it. It was making unholy screams now, like an elephant was giving birth to a goat that was being mauled by a lion. I managed to pour the gas onto the mattress with one hand, bracing the mattress between myself and the certain death right behind it. The goat beast didn't seem to care, getting covered in gasoline, mattress material, and sleeping bag foam. I let back on the mattress a little, just enough for it to push forward hard. Then I pushed back harder, so hard I broke my wrist, so hard I sprained both ankles. I didn't expect the life and death Hulk strength and flinched for only a second, but I used that second of fear and drug-induced time dilation to smash through the window behind me. Without even thinking, I flicked open my lighter and threw it in the window. Within a second, the room was up in flames. After I ran to the curb, I looked back inside. What I saw in the window was my proudest moment. The monster was engulfed in flames. Not only had the gasoline caught, but the foam and other material had stuck to it, and was rapidly searing off skin and muscle. The thing was screaming. It was dying. It was the most metal thing I had ever seen. I took a sigh of relief, then noticed a cool feeling on my leg. I looked down to find an absurd pool of blood under me. The pain hit. I passed out. I woke up in the hospital. Apparently firefighters had found me. I told the police a semi-lie about being a squatter and having someone come at me with a knife. And when I was out, they must have started the fire. I was eventually discharged, found my way back to the house, and got in my car. Then I got the hell out of Detroit. So, that's how I killed the Skinwalker. Or a goat man. Whatever you want to call that thing. Yeah, I almost died, but I didn't. Is there a lesson from this? Yes. And here it is, because I like to share my opinions. Monsters have to hide in the dark because they're afraid of us. Maybe not individually, but they must have seen what we're able to accomplish as a group. We will turn land bare for resources, create weapons that could annihilate all life, and shoot ourselves in metal tubes into space. We're smart and vicious, and no matter how good any beast gets at murdering, humans have mastered the art. I don't know how to end this triumphant speech, so I'm going to stop writing now. Okay, now. Alright, maybe one more sentence. Wait, I almost forgot the classic. Fucking Skinwalkers. Perfect. I thought it was a prank at first. Just a belated April Fool's joke from one of my buddies. I never thought for a second that it could have spiraled into the horrifying mess I found myself in. The thick stone ceiling above me has made calling the cops impossible, but I think I have just enough signal to get this out to the internet. My note in a bottle, if you will. There are no clocks here, but as far as I can tell, this all started a few hours ago. I sat hunched over my computer desk, squinting at the harsh blue light of my monitor. I was going through my nightly ritual of scanning through Craigslist for any good deals. I was moments away from powering the computer down and giving my tired brain a break when I saw it. The image was so surreal. It took me a moment to figure out what I was looking at. There, nestled between a vintage typewriter and a dusty old sofa, was a picture of me. The title was my full name and the price was listed at $1,500. I mentally went through all my friends and family, trying to figure out who would do something like this, but came up empty-handed. I saw there were more pictures and went to scroll through them, but hesitated. I was afraid that I'd be met with fuzzy Polaroids of me, taken from behind bushes and through the windows. However, as I scrolled through the images, I realized I recognized each one. I'd taken them. They were all from my Facebook feed. A selfie I'd taken with some friends at a bar. A picture of me at the beach with my girlfriend. I felt my heart rate begin to quicken. My Facebook was set to private, and I never friended anyone I didn't know. How had these pictures gotten onto the internet? I clicked a listing and began anxiously reading the description. Product is a 26-year-old Caucasian male. It is 237 pounds and 5'8". It consumes approximately 2,200 calories per day. I raised an eyebrow at the last line. What would anyone want to do with that information? It went on describing everything I'd eaten for the past 2 weeks in meticulous detail. Everything from the McGriddle I had on my way to work to the Snickers I munched on today after dinner. They even knew about my ADD medication. I nervously glanced around my house, suddenly feeling naked and vulnerable. Where were they getting this information? How long had they been keeping tabs on me? Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I saw a short message at the end of the post that made my skin crawl. Product is unathletic and should be easily collected by 2 to 3 people. Bringing weapons are suggested but not needed. Collected? Any hope of this being a joke was beginning to evaporate. How many people had seen this listing by now? What kinds of people go searching for a listing like this at all? Then I had a thought that made me bring a hand to my mouth. Did this page have my address listed? It seemed terrifyingly possible. The listing had seemingly every other detail about me. Why not that? My eye scanned the webpage until I found a message that explained everything. Address for $1,500. Email me if interested. It made a sick sort of sense. They found a way to monetize their stalking. Why let such great talent go to waste, right? I wondered how many other people he'd done this to. How many home invasions and robberies and abductions he'd helped facilitate just for a few $1,000. I immediately flagged the post, hoping to have it taken down. However, I quickly realized it would take hours, maybe even days, for the moderators at Craigslist to get to it. I didn't have that time to spare. My fingers flew across the keyboard, searching Google for some way to get a hold of the people at Craigslist. But in the end, all I could find is the generic contact form. Getting desperate, I opened my email to try one last gambit. I plugged in the seller's address, a random string of numbers and letters, and typed out a desperate plea to take down the listing, offering 5 times the original price. Waiting for a response was torture. I passed the time by running around my house, locking all the doors and windows. I also turned out all the lights to make it look like no one was home. I knew realistically the odds of some psycho seeing the post was slim, but the internet was a big place and I didn't want to take any chances. I was so on edge that by the time I heard the ding of the email notification, my heart practically jumped out of my chest. I regret to inform you that the information has already been purchased. I buried my head in my hands. I had been too late. How long ago had it been bought? 10 minutes ago? An hour? A day? My line of thought was broken when the crackle of wheels on gravel brought my attention to the window. I pulled the curtains aside and peered out into the night, careful to reveal as little of myself as possible. A black SUV was pulling into my driveway, its occupants hidden behind a dark window. I told myself everything was fine, that they were just doing a 3-point turn and would be gone any minute. However, instead of driving away, the doors popped open in unison. 2 figures emerged from the car, dressed head to toe in black. I wanted to turn and run, but fear had paralyzed me. I watched helplessly as the men marched up to the front door and knocked loudly. I realized then that their plan must have been to wait for me to answer the door and drag me into their car, but I knew better. I began calling 911, cursing myself for not doing it sooner. The door was heavy oak and would take them at least a minute or two to kick down. That's when I heard it. There was a strange beeping sound coming from the other side of the door. After racking my brain for a few moments, I figured out what it was. It was the beeping sound of my door's keypad. They couldn't possibly know the code, could they? Then it dawned on me. The creep who posted the listing knew everything about me. Of course they knew the passcode. My blood ran cold and I dashed away from the door, looking for a place to hide. Click. The door unlocked. I ducked behind a corner into the kitchen just as it began to slowly creak open. The back door was on the other side of the kitchen and I began creeping toward it. Grateful I turned the lights out earlier. The two men cautiously stepped into the living room, talking in hushed voices about where I might be. I had almost made it to the back door when I bumped into the kitchen table. I cursed myself for not seeing it. Their whispers immediately stopped and they began marching toward me, forcing me to improvise a hiding place. I slipped into my kitchen's pantry and shut the door just as the light clicked on. The men, apparently no longer concerned with stealth, began stomping around the kitchen, looking for me. I squeezed my eyes shut and prayed they didn't look inside, knowing I'd be completely helpless if they did. I bit down on my knuckles and time seemed to stretch out forever, but they eventually left, going deeper into the house to search for me. I let out a sigh of relief. Buzz. My phone was ringing in my pocket. I took it out and it was my girlfriend Lexi. My eyes widened. Lexi, she'd be home any minute. What if the men decided to take her instead? I answered the call. "Hey you," she said. "Lexi, don't come to the house, it's not safe." "Oh my god, where are you?" she asked, fear creeping into her voice. "I'm hiding in the pantry. I think I'm safe for now, but..." The line went dead. I felt my heart sink. Had they gotten to her already? Had I not warned her in time? Then I heard something strange. Vibrating noise in the room over. One of the men's phones was ringing. He answered it and listened a moment. His voice was raspy and muffled. "He's where?" Another pause, then footsteps, thundering straight towards me. My mind raced momentarily, and then it hit me. The one who had posted the listing hadn't been stalking me. They had been living with me. Lexi was the one who posted it, and she just told them exactly where I was. I burst out of the pantry and made a break for the door, just as the two men rounded the corner behind me. I wanted to look back, but fought the urge. If I looked back, I'd get nervous, and if I got nervous, I'd stumble, and if I stumbled, they'd drag me into the car and do God knows what. I flung open the back door and ran into the cool, damp air. However, before I could make a break for it, one of them caught me by the hood, snapping my neck back. The fabric tightened around my throat like a snake, making it hard to breathe. I blindly threw an elbow behind me and it connected with his ribs. The man cried out in pain and I felt his grip loosen by just a fraction. A fraction was all I needed. I tucked in my chin, drew in my arms, and wiggled out of the hoodie, falling to the wet earth on hands and knees. I made a dash for the tree line. As I ran, I heard angry shouts from behind me. "Just shoot! The damn thing is jammed! Oh, give me that!" A loud pop rang in the night, and something whizzed past my ear. I wondered what they shot at me. The sound was too quiet to be a gun. A quick glance behind me revealed one of the men was holding what looked like a small, lightweight sniper rifle. It was green with a strange white chamber at the bottom. "What the hell is that thing?" The man shoved something inside, clicked it back, and took aim. Pop. Fear shot through me like a bolt of electricity. I jerked my body out of the way just in time for something to fly past me and bury itself in a nearby tree. It was a dart. They were shooting at me with a tranquilizer gun, like I was a wild animal. The tree line was about 40 feet away now. My lungs felt like they were full of bees, but I kept running anyway, knowing if I slowed even a fraction, they'd catch me. I did my best to avoid the darts, diving out of the way whenever I heard one of those sickening pops, but eventually, my luck ran out. Just as I reached the tree line, ready to disappear behind the dense foliage, I felt a red-hot sting in my back. Exhaustion began flooding my body, making my movements slow and sluggish. The world spun around me, and soon I found myself on the forest floor. My memories of what happened next are jagged and frayed. The click of a trunk, the jangle of chains. When I finally came to my senses, I found myself on a damp, concrete floor, bathed in darkness, shivering from the biting cold. The only noise breaking the eerily silence were the heavy thuds of footsteps over my head. They left me my phone, maybe to keep me from going crazy, maybe to taunt me. To ensure I can't ask for help, they somehow blocked all the posting or messaging features, at least, almost all of them. Nosleep is the only place that I can post. At first, I thought they made a mistake. I thought maybe this subreddit had just slipped past them. But now I'm starting to realize it's because they think no one will believe me. But that can't be true. At least one of you has to believe me, right? For a number of years, I was a camp counselor at an overnight camp in the Muskokas. I loved it more than any job I ever had. Despite the non-existent pay, annoying campers, long days, and short nights, crappy food, etc. For one, I got to tell as many scary stories as I could sputter out. There was nothing better than hanging around a dying campfire with a bunch of junior high kids who were demanding the scariest, most blood-curdling tales I knew. And I told them all. The babysitter and the eerie clown statue, the driver and the Creepypasta attendant, the woman and her licking dog. I saved my best stories for the overnight trips we made in Algonquin Park. For non-Canadians, it's a massive park in the middle of Ontario, spanning nearly 8,000 square kilometers. When days would be spent canoeing on pristine lakes, and nights would be spent around the fire, singing and making s'mores and being as rowdy as the only people within miles could be. Once the kids had quieted down, I told them stories of a stalker in the woods with a face so horrifying it paralyzed all of its victims in fear. Or the group of campers who decided to spend a night across the lake from an abandoned insane asylum. On this particular night, I'd finished up the tales, once again insisting that they were entirely true, and sent the campers to their tents. It had been an exhausting day, and none of the 6 kids were in any mood to stay up later. My fellow counselor had also decided to pack it in, leaving just me on a fallen log next to the dying fire. I took a deep breath of the cool, fresh pine-scented air and looked out at the lake. The partial moon reflected off the glassy water, and on the other side I could see towering cliffs, going up several hundred feet. I considered whether we could canoe over, climb up a few dozen feet, and do some cliff jumping. I grinned. The camp director would have my head if we did that, if he found out. Movement at the very top of the cliffs caught my eye. There was a small light bobbing along the peak. At first, I thought it was a star, but it was larger and gave off a golden glow. It slowly moved back and forth in a small arc. As I sat up and watched it, another appeared next to it, bobbing along the top of the cliff. Then another, and a few more. My stomach dropped into my feet. I grabbed my bag and pulled my digital camera out, then focused it on the little glowing orbs and used the zoom function. I counted them, and then I counted again. Oh shit. In a flash, I was up and running to the tents. Hey guys, wake up. We gotta go. There was movement in the tents, and then I had 7 confused heads looking out at me. My co-counselor wore a mixture of concern and pure anger. I hate to do this, I continued, but the clouds are looking really threatening. There's a big storm coming in. If we get caught in it, it's going to ruin our trip. Seriously? Laura, my co-counselor, asked. We're in the middle of the woods. Where would we go? I pulled a map and flashlight out of my bag. There's a ranger station a few kilometers south of us. I traced a path with my finger. Thank God. We can make it there in a few hours. The campers groaned. Can't we just go in the morning? No, I shouted, my voice echoing across the lake. I lowered it. Come on, let's get packed up and go. I'll tell you a story along the way. I smiled, though I could feel my lips quivering. It's my best one. That seemed to get them going, and within 10 minutes, the tents were packed up and we begun our trek into the deep woods, with small flashlights as our only guide. When I was confident we were moving at a steady pace, I allowed myself to relax and began to tell my favorite campfire story. Centuries before the European settlers made their way into the country, it was inhabited by the First Nations people. They had made the trip from across Western Canada, following the migration patterns of large animals such as buffalo and bison. Eventually, they reached Ontario, at which point, they split off into smaller groups of travelers, each searching for a section of land to call their own. Legend has it that one group, consisting of about 20 men, women, and children, had ventured through this very area in search of a place to call home. Though it wasn't even the end of October, the weather had made a turn for the worse, and as the group journeyed around the lake, a fierce blizzard hit. Within an hour, the group found themselves in blinding snow and below zero temperatures. The clothes they had on them were made for the fall, not this sort of weather, and there wasn't any Canada Goose jackets around back then, but they pressed on. They didn't have any other choice. Night was falling as they reached a cliff bluff, which towered over a cold, choppy lake. There was no stopping for this group. They'd die if they didn't make it past the cliffs. But with darkness setting in and the snow falling even harder, visibility was almost non-existent. So one of the elders had an idea. Using the little kerosene they had left, he lit a lantern for each of the travelers and had them carry it in front of them. Not so that they could see the cliffs, but so they could see who was in front of them, allowing them all to follow each other across the narrow bluffs. With the strongest of men leading the way, the group began to cross the cliffs. The freezing, wet snow soaked every bone in their body. The harsh wind chilled any exposed skin and threatened to push them right off the rock. Their path was no more than a few feet wide, and would have been slippery to even the best of hiking boots, let alone hand-fashioned moccasins. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, they made their way up the cliffs, praying that whatever lay on the other side could shelter them from the intensifying storm. They were about halfway up, hundreds of feet above the lake, though it was well out of their vision. In fact, all they could see in this blinding storm was the lantern in front of them, acting as a beacon to guide their steps. If the light moved up, they moved up. If it went down, they moved down. Each of the travelers was almost in a trance, caring about nothing but the glowing orb a few feet away. For the leader, though, there was no such luxury. He moved forward blindly, feeling along the cliff with his free arm. Though his skin was so numb, he could barely feel anything. As the path wound back again, he made a misstep and lost his footing. Just as a gust of wind blasted his back, he desperately tried to grab onto something, but his frozen fingers couldn't get anything. With a terrifying scream, he slipped off the cliffs and fell into the icy black lake. The rest of the party didn't see him fall, of course. All they saw was his glowing orb dropping away from the bluff and disappearing in the darkness. There was no time to mourn. They continued on, but the storm was worsening. After another minute, one of the children, his body was unable to withstand the cold, dropped away, his lantern glowing until the choppy water put it out. Another, having seen this, lost his balance and fell. This pattern went on until there was just 5 people left, fumbling along in the darkness, following the light in front. As hard as they tried, the cliffs were unforgiving. The remaining men fell down to 4, then 3, and 2, and then there was just one left, who legend says cursed the earth as his legs slipped and he plunged hundreds of feet down, his lantern the last one to be extinguished. Of the 20 members who tried to overcome the cliffs, I finished. Not one of them survived. They say that sometimes when the conditions are right, you can see the orbs along the cliff, symbols of the lost travelers who will never find their homes. As the story ended, leaving the campers in eerie silence, I saw lights up ahead. We picked up the pace and found the ranger station bursting with activity, with a half-dozen people running around, loading up trucks and shouting into radios. The wind was beginning to really pick up, and I heard thunder in the distance. "Hey, you kids!" A large, burly man with a full beard and mustache ran up to us. "Get in the trucks, we don't have much time." Laura and I led the kids to one of the pickup trucks. "What's going on?" I asked the man. "Didn't you hear? Another gust of wind. Huge storm systems heading right for us. Already been tornadoes touched down. We're getting everyone out of here. Let's go." We all climbed into the truck bed. I collapsed down, feeling like I'd just been punched in the gut. The ranger climbed into the front, and we took off down the makeshift road. My head was spinning. It wasn't possible. How? Laura slid next to me, keeping her voice low. "How did you know we had to get out of there?" I looked over at her. My face felt empty of any blood. I saw the lights. "What? No, no," she gasped, then caught herself. "How many?" I took a deep breath. 8. She looked around at all the campers who were now lying against each other, asleep despite the bumpy road. "That's all of us? My God." I nodded and leaned against her. Laura had heard the traveler's story before, and she knew that I left out a key bit of information. The lights were real, but they were never random. If they were shining, bobbing back and forth, swinging in a small arc, it was because they had a message, a warning. One light would shine for each person who was about to die. Hello everybody, my name is Denver Dark. I'm 19 years old, fresh out of high school, working as a park ranger at Caledon State Park in Virginia. My job is pretty easy. I don't usually patrol the park. My job is to sit in the radio room and wait for people to call in if they need assistance. This can range from someone needing the bathroom door unlocked to a drunken fight. A couple of months ago though, I had an encounter with some type of creature, or maybe even an alien. I'm not sure at this point. This forever scared me, and I'll always be paranoid of the forest. It was a normal evening at the park. I looked over at the clock on my desk as it clicked over to 6 p.m. Well, here goes to another night by myself. I said out loud as I saw all the park rangers packing up to leave. Another hour passed, and as I was eating my dinner, static started coming through the radio. After a couple of seconds of just the static, a girl's voice started to come through. "Hello? Hello? Is anyone there?" I paused for a second after chewing another bite of my food. I had never heard anything like this over the radio before, so I picked it up. "Hello, this is Officer Dark here." "Yes," she yelled before continuing her sentence. "Please help me. Something is chasing me." I was dumbfounded. The creepy part was she didn't say someone. She said something. I quickly calmed myself before responding. "Calm down, miss. Tell me where you are so I can send help out immediately." "I'm at the old watchtower on the northeast side of the park. I ran here after it chased me out of my cabin. Please, please, send help. I think it's close." "It's alright, miss. I'll send help out I was cut off by her. Shh. I stopped talking, listening to the radio. Then, I heard a very soft but aggressive growl come from the speaker. "Oh God, it's here." As she finished her sentence, I heard a crash of a window and a large thud on a wood floor. The radio cut out. I was in complete shock. Did I just witness someone die? After about a minute of me being absolutely glued to my seat with terror, I started to gather a plan in my head. I spun around in my chair and grabbed the old park map off the desk next to me. I unfolded it frantically, scanning it looking for an old watchtower. There it was, on the northeast side of the park, just like she said. To the looks of it, it would take me about an hour to walk there. I got up from the chair and walked over to the gun cabinet, unlocking it with the keys I had in my pocket. I grabbed the first gun I saw, a 12-gauge shotgun, along with some extra shells. I also saw the flare gun on the top shelf and decided to take that too. Before leaving the station, I made sure that I had everything that I needed. Shotgun, flare gun, flashlight, radio, pocket knife, and the map. I'm not gonna lie, I was scared to go out into the woods after that whole event. I also hated the idea of being alone, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. As I exited the station, I was greeted by the cool breeze and a beautiful sunset of a summer evening. All of the night bugs and animals started to come out. I could hear the calling of the cicadas in the trees, while the crickets buzzed below them on the ground. It's weird because you wouldn't think that a breathtaking scene could hold such horror that the lady experienced. Since it was a long walk, I started moving at a faster pace than I normally would. As I was about 10 minutes away from the tower, everything changed. Once an amazing sunset now turned the forest into a pitch black that no person could see into, along with the deafening sound of silence as the cicadas and crickets stopped chatting. This was extremely odd. I had been in the forest many times at night, and nothing like this had ever happened. A few more minutes of walking later, and I saw the old watchtower. It was about 70 feet tall or so, with a hut on top of it. The watchtower had seen its better days. The wood looked very old, with it being damp and cracked in many spots. At this point, I was at the base of the tower. Right before I was about to go up on the first step, I got the worst feeling I have ever felt. My head started to spin. I was very nauseous and started to see stars. As this continued, I thought I was going to pass out, as the darkness around my eyeballs started to grow. Everything stopped. I was normal again, except for one feeling. It felt like something was staring at me. I swear I could feel its eyes piercing into the back of my head. Its glare almost felt sharp, like a knife had been jammed into my side. I spun around as quickly as I could, holding the shotgun in front of me. Nothing. There's nothing, I thought, until I scanned the tree line in front of me, about 50 or so feet out. Oh my gosh. I let out as I see deep in the forest. A pair of two vibrant green eyes staring at me. I was struck with fear, my eyes not being able to leave the sight. My feet almost cemented in the ground. After about a minute of staring at me, it winked at me. It winked at me. After this, the eyes disappeared and went back into the brush. I didn't know what to think. The only thing that I knew was not to stay in that spot. I ran up the old wooden stairs as fast as I could, but then I remembered the radio call I had gotten earlier. I prepared myself for a bloody scene, but when I reached the top of the steps, the hut was empty. No blood, no body, no lady. The most disturbing thing of all, though, was it looked like this place hasn't been touched in years. The floors and desk in the room were both completely covered in cobwebs and dust. A large radio sat on the desk. It must have been the one that came through to mine, but that too was engulfed by the webs. Something very strange is happening. I just couldn't figure it out. On the side of the desk was a stack of very old newspapers. My curiosity took over and I picked one up. Date: 1978. Headline: Woman attacked and killed by the Wampus cat, locals say. This didn't make any sense. This couldn't be the same lady I just contacted. I needed to find out more, so I kept on reading. The next thing that I read sent shivers down my spine. The Wampus cat resembles a very large black panther, most known for their very bright green eyes. My blood ran cold. I needed to get out of this place right now. Right as I shoved the newspaper into my pocket and was ready to run, it was too late. Before I could turn around, I heard a sound, the same damn bone-chilling growl that I heard on the radio. I turned around as fast as I could, raising my shotgun. There it was, the beast itself, the Wampus cat. This cat was massive, quite possibly the biggest mammal I had ever seen. It stood on all fours at a staggering height of at least 8 feet tall. It had deep old scars all over its body, probably from people like me. Its paws were the size of small dinner plates. The lips were completely bared back, showing its dinner knife-like fangs. And the most important thing of all, those dang green eyes almost staring into my soul. I didn't waste any time and pulled the trigger, sending a slug at my target. I landed the shot, but it barely did anything. The cat staggered back when the slug hit him, but that's about it. How is this thing still alive? The round had left a bloody hole in its torso about the size of a dollar coin, but alas, the creature was pretty much unfazed. I decided to run for it, booking it to the exit, only to be stopped by the huge feline pouncing at my back and pinning me to the wood floor. The beast raked its long claws across my back, leaving an extremely painful wound. It felt like I was being burned with a hot iron. I could feel my shirt already being soaked with blood. I managed to flip around on my back to face the beast, holding its head away from my face. Although I was able to keep its head at bay, I wasn't with the paws. It started swiping at my face, leaving those searing claw marks on me again. I tried to reach for the shotgun on the ground next to me, but I wasn't able to. Blood from the gashes started to seep into my eyes, stinging them, not allowing me to see. With nothing working at all and all of the blood I was losing, I started to give up. There was no point. I couldn't overpower this thing. And right when I was about to give in, thinking about all my friends and family, an idea sparked into my head. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the knife I had forgotten about. I flipped the blade open and immediately stabbed the cat in the neck with it. The beast reared back in pain, leaping off of me. This was my only chance to escape. I quickly got up and snatched a shotgun before sprinting down the stairs. I had a head start, but the cat was catching up. As I reached the bottom, it was already halfway down. I didn't have any time to spare. I ran immediately to the trails, not looking behind me. I could hear the big heavy footsteps of the beast on my tail end. I knew eventually it was gonna catch up, so I turned around, pumping 2 more slugs in it, staggering it again. I could tell it was hurt because it was moving a lot slower. I fired again in its direction, landing another shot with a bloody splat. Then the cat stopped running, turning around and slowly jogging the other direction. It finally gave up. This didn't stop me from sprinting back to the station. I used every bit of strength and willpower to make it back. As I busted through the door of the building, the biggest wave of relief came over me. I had won. I had beaten that thing. After attending to my wounds and grabbing a glass of water, I sat down in my desk chair, thankful to be alive. While reaching into my pocket to take out my phone, I felt paper. The newspaper. I pulled it out, scanning the article once again, realizing that I missed something before. The woman's body was found in the watchtower of Caledon State Park, her body being mutilated, even missing some of her limbs. Even though she was killed, many of the people in the park say that they can still hear her calling for help, just like that same night she was murdered. I was completely shook. I didn't know what to think. Was it a ghost or maybe a spirit? And right as I put the newspaper down, the radio buzzed, playing that same voice that started this all. Hello? I was raised by a woman with the unlucky name of Countess Fatima Oroki. Some would claim that Countess wasn't really my mother, and technically, they would be right. I was adopted after all. But when you get deep into the soul fuckery of it all, they couldn't be more wrong. That woman, wrenched old spiteful hag, was my mother in all the ways that count. So there were tears when she died, of course. I had to take several moments when I held her eulogy. But staring down at her open casket, resting bitch face seemed to help a bit. So that's where I kept my gaze through most of it. The Countess was a cold-hearted, good-for-nothing excuse for a human being, I mumbled, but I loved her. And it was true. It is true. She was heartless, cold as an icicle shoved up a witch's tit, human only by vague appearance. Her mobility, thin, crooked face like something was out of a fucking ginger painting or something. And her voice, man, that voice. It was like someone dragging a cheese grater across barbed wire. Harsh, relentless, emotionless, but to the point. "So you're the girl," was her first words to me. How utterly disappointing. She showed up at the police station out of the blue, demanding to have a look at the girl. Now, most people, white old money privileged or not, could never pull shit like that, but the Countess could. She did whatever she pleased, and there wasn't a soul around stupid enough to stand in her way. Who are you?" I asked. I knew who she was, of course. Everyone around these parts knew the Countess. "Don't be daft, girl," she said. "You know who I am." I just nodded weakly. my gaze drawn to her sparkly shoes. She stuck a finger under my chin, forcing it upwards. "Collect your belongings," she said coldly. "You're coming with me." And that's all there was to it. From that day on, I was no longer Emma Fitzpatrick. I was Emma Oroki, the Countess' little pet project. I'm back at the eulogy now. The memory's still vivid, but fading rapidly as I dry my tears. I remember the first time she hit me. I say, "Came out of nowhere. Sorry not sorry, Father." Father Henderson nods in my direction, a forced smile visiting his thin lips briefly. She'd do that, you know. Wasn't abuse or anything, I guess. Just a slap across the face. Hardly even left a mark. But you knew you messed up. Somehow, some way. And that was her true power. Instilling that fear of God, fear of Countess, deep in your heart. I was 13 years old. A little brat, really. But an orphan brat. Given the police had long since stopped looking for my missing parents. And you're not supposed to discipline orphans like that, I think. She didn't care though. I was in her house, under her care, and she made damn well sure I followed every last one of her ridiculous rules down to the detail. Ow! I whined. What the heck was that for? The slap was weak, low effort, more of a mistargeted high five against my chin than anything else. But it came from a grown-up, an adult, a countess. That hurts, you know, inside you. "Mind your language, girl," she spat, "and that was for this," she said, gesticulating toward my wrinkly-ass bed sheets. "Is this your idea of making a bed? If it is, your parents failed you more than I originally thought." "You take that back," I yelled. "I will do no such thing, girl." She grimaced sourly. "Now, get that bed sorted post-haste. Oroki's never leave so much as a single crumb behind to be scrutinized by our lessers." I didn't know it at the time. Still a daft brat by all intents and purposes, I suppose. But that was a sign of growing respect. She called me an Oroki. That was a huge deal, and it took me years to realize that. Back at the eulogy, I have to take one of my many moments. The flow of constant memories resurfacing, proving a bit too much. Resting open casket bitch face or not. She wasn't afraid of anyone, you know? I mumble into my handkerchief. Not even when my asshole uncle showed up on her doorstep. Rifle at the ready and everything. Did she flinch? I hadn't seen my uncle for years, and I counted my blessings for that fact. He was a true fucking asshole. Neck as fury red as they come. Then one day, months after my parents' disappearance, he just shows up, demanding that the Countess hand me over. "She's my fucking niece," he yelled. The nauseating stench of cheap whiskey and methanol cigarettes seeping under the cracks of the front door. The Countess had closed it firmly behind her, and told me in no uncertain terms to move a single muscle. So that's exactly what I did. Legally speaking, perhaps, the Countess noted. Spiritually, you're species apart. "What are you talking about?" my uncle protested wildly. "Spiritually? Hand the girl over right now, or I swear." He didn't need to complete the sentence. The rifle doing all the talking from that point on, I suspect. Still, the Countess didn't back down. I'm not sure if she even knew how to. "Get off my porch, you filthy hoodlum," I heard her say, "or you'll find my wrath vastly unproportional to your social standing." Minutes went by in dead silence. In my mind, I like to believe she somehow stared him down. She could do that, you know? A single stare, targeted, amplified, of which would force you to your knees. I remember vividly the violent sound of an engine revving and screeching tires as my uncle left the property. Well then, the Countess said, closing the door behind her as she sauntered back in nonchalantly, "I don't think we'll be seeing any more of that unseemly character." The eulogy is a sad affair, I think to myself. Not just for obvious reasons, you know, a person's death, but because I know, deep down, that no one really cared for the Countess. They're all a bunch of fucking leeches, here for the public appearance, the promise of a quick payout, the free drinks at the door, nothing more. If they only knew. She hated you all, you know? I whispered, just low enough for most of them to miss it. To her, you were ants, sheeps, inconsequential amoebas she was forced to interact with. Especially you, Chief Monroe. She kept telling me how much she loathed you. I'm sorry. Chief Monroe, and by extension, the entirety of the police force, were woefully incompetent, the Countess would tell me repeatedly. Not only are they unlikely to ever find your parents, she said, but they failed utterly in their task to find my little one too. I knew the Countess wasn't always some ancient dried up spinster, that she was once married, had a little daughter, that she was happy. Unbelievable as that may seem, given the now heartless, barbed wire mouth state of her. She was showing me how to properly care for her azaleas, and she must have noticed the tears streaming down my face. I don't know why I was crying exactly, but it would happen around the garden flowers a lot. I knew that much. My Penelope deserved better, she said, a sudden, almost unnoticeable sadness carrying her voice. That's why it's so important, Emma, she continued, that we rid ourselves of dependencies. There's only one person in the world you can trust, girl, and that person is yourself. The eulogy drags on. My handkerchief is soaking wet, and I can't hold back the tears. Not a single one of them dare to meet my gaze. Heads kept low in awkward silence. I hated her, you know, for years. I just couldn't fathom why she kept me around. The scoldings, the slaps, her cold, emotionless eyes. But then one night, a night just like the rest of them, nothing special about it, she decided to show me the truth. Emma, she demanded, dragging me out of bed. Get your wits about you, girl, and follow me. Don't say a word, and stay behind me at all times. Knowing the Countess, I just nodded, and shuffled behind her diligently, like some kind of strange pajama-clad teenage girl soldier. What I'm about to show you can never leave these walls, she whispered in a hushed tone, and though it will raise many questions, I need you to remain patient. You will feel things, hate, sadness, fear. Do not let them get the best of you. You are strong, girl, and it's about time you showed them that. I followed her down the stairs and into her study, a place I wasn't really allowed to be in, but I snuck in there from time to time anyway, to marvel at the vast collection of her first editions, and played with the little antique letter opener that kinda looked like a little ornament dagger. She stopped by her sizable mahogany desk, a gift from her late husband, and stood there silently, oddly stroking the smooth surface for minutes. Normally, she started, her voice low. You'd expect some kind of hidden mechanism in a place like this. Pull on a book, turn a knob, something to that effect. She turned to face me, her gaze flickering unsteadily. like she wasn't sure what to say or do next. But in real life, things are exceedingly simple. Complicated on the surface, yes, but when you peel away all those layers, the remaining core is often a single, effortless truth. With a swift motion, she kicked aside the rug on the floor, revealing underneath what appeared to be an old trapdoor. Simple, she said. A lone, unassuming layer is sometimes all it takes. What's down there? I asked. She grabbed me by the shoulder with both hands. I've told you already, she said, a cold stare into my eyes. Truth. The trapdoor opened with remarkable ease, a single pull, and we were greeted by a ladder descending into the dark unknown. You're mental if you think for a moment I'm going down there, I sneered. The Countess laughed. It's strange, you know? That's the first time I'd ever heard her laugh. Don't ever change. Emma Oroki. She snorted in between strained chuckles. But you're coming with me all the same. Weird as it was, I was also amazed at how easily her 60-something body made its way down that ladder. Don't get me wrong, the Countess was imposing in her own way, but she was lithe. Her frail frame withered down by age and ceaseless worry. And so I followed her into the darkness, moments later finding myself in a dimly lit cellar, strangely unbecoming of the Countess. There was dirt, cracked stone walls, flickering lamps, and that's when I met them again. I say, back now at the church again, my eyes wandering from person to person. I can tell they are uncomfortable, shifting in their seats restlessly. My parents. Couldn't recognize them at first, of course. She fed them maybe every other week. Nothing but skin and bones, really. Pus-filled wounds covering filthy naked bodies. The sight of them overwhelmed me. I don't mind admitting, it was like a punch to the gut, and it quickly sent me doubling over to the ground. I figured it was about time you three got acquainted. The Countess said darkly, Emma, meet the Fitzpatricks. Fitzpatricks, this is my daughter Emma Oroki. Emma? My mother muttered, her pained voice barely audible. Her eyes were a deep shade of red, drool and snot dribbling down her morbidly skinny face in thick streams. Like my father, she was shackled to the wall, hanging limply from big old medieval chains. What? I stammered incoherently, gaze shifting back and forth from one tormented parent to the next. Geraldine, James, the Countess said, I demand your undivided attention. Emma here came looking for the truth, and I firmly believe you owe her that. My father's body shook and trembled as he struggled to raise his head. Don't listen to her, Emma, he whispered hoarsely. She's lying. Oh, am I now? James Virgil Fitzpatrick? The Countess hissed. Tell me then, truthfully, is Emma here your biological daughter? I stared at him intently. Yes, he said. Lies, the Countess roared. Your degenerate brain wouldn't be able to spill the truth even if I nailed it to the wall and cut it open. A solution I am not above considering, mind you. Emma? My mother pleaded. Please help us. Enough of this. The Countess grabbed me by the wrist and hoisted me up to my feet effortlessly. She heard enough. Come now. Leave the vermin to rot in the darkness where they belong. I dropped my handkerchief, and as it hits the wooden floor, a resounding sloof cuts through the dead silence of the church. What I did next is the reason why we're here, isn't it? I put my trust in the wrong place. I didn't hear her advice. Never trust anyone but yourself. My gut told me to leave, to get the fuck out of there. But my, father, my mother, the keys were right there. Just sitting on a wooden table. That's not something the Countess would ever purchase. My mind noted weirdly as I snatched them up without the Countess noticing. I let her ascend the ladder almost to the top before I made my move. "Father," I said, quickly returning to him with the keys. "Hang on, I'll get you out of there." I fumbled with the lock for what felt like an eternity, the keys never quite lining up correctly. "There," I sighed in relief. A sharp click followed by the loosening of chains, leaving us catching our breath in silence. My father scrambled to his feet unsteadily, a look in his eyes I couldn't quite place, but I'd definitely seen somewhere before. "Get out of the way," he snarled. "I'm gonna go kill her." "No, I started. My weak attempt at holding him back woefully futile. Even starved and abused for months and years, he was twice my size. He flung me into the wall like I was nothing, and began the climb after the Countess. "You know," I say, gaze drifting again to the open casket. I think she knew I'd do that, on some level. Crazy, but she knew exactly what she was doing. My father caught up to her in the study, and I don't think I could have stopped him, even if it hadn't taken me forever to climb that ladder. I heard the screams and the discordant sounds of bookshelves toppling over, but my shivering fingers failed to grip the ladder properly, and I slipped down it again and again. When I finally surfaced, my father had the Countess on her back, his hands wrapped around her neck in a tight squeeze. I knew where it was without even looking. The letter opener. It felt heavy in my hand, even though it was tiny. So bizarre. Is it sharp enough? I kept thinking. Knowing the Countess though, I had a feeling she sharpened it every night, on the off chance she needed to stab some lowlife to death with it. Like for instance, right now. I say, closing my eyes. I don't want them to see me like this. Stay strong, Emma. Pull yourself together. I don't know how many times I stabbed him. You know, who the fuck would count something like that? 1 stab, 2 stab, nice stab, cool stab. All I know is that I kept at it until he stopped moving, and the floor was wet with blood. "Countess," I sniffed, trying my best to push my father off of her. "Mother, Emma," she wheezed faintly, her once icy cold gaze now soft and strangely present. "Emma, you did it. You didn't let the fear in. You stayed strong. I am so proud of you." A sudden realization hit me then, and I wrapped my arms around her in a tight embrace. "Am I started, the words not quite making their way from my mind to my mouth. "Am I Penelope?" She smiled then, however briefly, before the pain returned. "I don't know," she said. "I truly don't know, but I know this one simple truth, unlayered and uncomplicated. You are my daughter." Her body was broken, my father's hate and violence having done too much damage to her lithe frame. She was dying, and we both knew it. "Top left drawer on my desk," she gasped. It was a false bottom. Simple, expected. "You'll find all the answers there." "I'm scared, Mother," I said, resting my hand on her shoulder. She coughed painfully. "That's a waste of your fear," she said. "Fear only what you cannot overcome, and you will find that there is little at all to fear." She passed away seconds later, and I will live by her last words forever. You vultures wouldn't understand. You fear everything. You'd fear what I'd find in that drawer. You feared what I'd do with the truth. You fear me even now, yet I've made sure the world will never learn what happened here. You fear me because I let my fake mother rot and die in the godless hole under the study. All you do is fear. The Countess had kept herself busy after her daughter had disappeared. She said it herself. The police didn't help at all, and over the years, she figured out exactly why. But before opening the particular can of worms, she had to deal with a domestic issue, as she so elegantly put it in her notes. You know how it went by now. Maybe you knew from the start. The ransom letters to the Count, the ones he refused to acknowledge, or even show to his wife. Poor little Penelope, not even worth half her weight in gold in that shitty old bastard's eyes. You all suspected it, I figure, that she fucking killed him. Could never prove it though, and even if you could, I don't think a single one of you would have the balls to do anything about it. It's getting hard to concentrate, but we're at the final stretch now. Soon, I will be free, maybe for the first time ever, and it's all because of you, you demented old hag. All because of you, Mother. My parents had been doing it for years, kidnapping innocent children of the filthy rich, ransoming their way to the small fortune that they continued to piss away on drugs and alcohol. But what happened to all the Penelopes? To the little ones with parents who wouldn't fucking bother to part with their wealth? You guessed it. You knew it. Buried in the back garden, under the rose bushes, azaleas, the fucking weeds. Dozens of tiny bones and skulls. Beautiful lives never lived because of them. Because of you. The screams sort of take me out of the moment, but I can handle it. Am I one of them? Am I a Penelope? In truth, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you, all of you, help them cover that shit up. Money for silence. So easy, so simple. No real layers to it. A core of corruption and greed. I'm so glad you all made it here though. That you accepted her invitation. That you guzzled down that welcome drink. Strychnine poisoning is some serious stuff. I read about it extensively before I planned the service. Easily accessible, horribly painful. Doesn't take that much effort either. Simple. You were all on the Countess list. Even you, Father Henderson, a man of God indeed. You fucked up, didn't you? This is what happens, you know, when you fuck with the Countess. A wrath vassal unproportioned to your social standing. I stepped down among the writhing masses, a few of them desperately attempting to crawl towards the exit, but failing miserably as the crippling spasm set in. In closing, I say, head held high, proud posture of a countess. Fuck you all. On my way out, I must have accidentally knocked over one of the live candles by the entrance. Shit happens, you know? Just the way of things. I find the sight of the roaring inferno strangely calming though, now that all the screams have died out. Rest in peace, Countess Fatima Aroki. You were my mother, and you were also a cold, heartless monster bitch, but only when you needed to be, and sometimes that's okay. Shink, psh, shink, psh. Imagine hearing that for hours on end while you're trying to get some sleep. I mean, sure, we're all stuck at home and things can start to get a bit boring. But come on, is digging holes really the best hobby you could have come up with? It's only been a few weeks since I moved into this neighborhood. I can't believe that I'm already starting to regret it. I already knew it wasn't going to be the most idyllic place to live, nor was the house itself all that nice when I saw it. Still, it was good enough. However, it'd be dishonest of me to leave out the real reason why I decided to buy the place. It was cheap, not cheap enough to immediately raise any red flags, but it was at a price that I'd be foolish not to consider. On top of that, I knew the previous homeowner, Tom, not terribly well, but he was a good enough guy, as far as I could tell. I really thought he was just doing me a favor. He also seemed pretty eager about it, so it didn't really feel like I was taking advantage of him. I remember asking him why he was moving, and he told me that he'd met some girl in Canada and was going up north to be with her. Fair enough. I asked him about the neighbors as well, and he told me not to worry, since the woman who lived in the house to the right was pleasant and mostly kept to herself. But what about the house to the left? For a moment, it almost seemed as if he was taken aback by the question. "Oh, Dave?" He responded after a few moments of silence. "He's a nice enough guy. I think he lives alone. Also keeps to himself. I can't imagine that he'd bother you at all." In retrospect, it was a bit of a strange response. But at the same time, to say that Tom wasn't a bit strange himself would have been a lie. So I opted not to think anything of it. In the end, we filled out all the paperwork and the place was mine. I have to admit, owning my first ever property was a hell of a good feeling. The place wasn't much to look at from the outside, but I couldn't complain about the interior. The carpets were clean, the water from the sinks seemed drinkable, and the bathrooms weren't moldy. I mean, what else could I ask for? There were 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms in total. Since I lived by myself, I could make some more money by renting out the spare room. Quite honestly, it was a great setup. I saw the hole for the first time while I was smoking a cigarette out on the balcony my first morning there. It was pretty impossible not to notice. It looked to be about 3 feet in diameter, smack in the middle of my neighbor's backyard. The shovel that he presumably used to dig it was lying only a few feet away, still covered in dirt. I'd seen strange things in my life, so I didn't think too much about it. Maybe he was building a garden or something. I don't know. During the following few nights, I experienced some of the most horrifying nightmares that I ever recall having. I can't remember what happened in them verbatim, but they all shared a commonality between them. Some sort of vague doom was always looming over or approaching me. Whether it was heavy knocks at my door that kept getting more forceful, or steps behind me that kept getting louder, it always put me on edge. I remember waking up in the morning with my heart pounding and visceral fear overwhelming my sense of reality. I didn't know what the hell was going on. This was in no way a normal occurrence for me. One night, I woke up just as the sun started to rise, still groggy as hell from my lack of sleep. I shuffled out onto my balcony and lit up another cigarette, while my eyes drifted over to Dave's backyard. I had to blink twice when I first saw it, but I wasn't hallucinating. The hole had doubled in size. I must have stared at it for half an hour as I tried to reel in my disbelief. What was that motherfucker doing? When I went to bed that night, I stayed awake on purpose. At around midnight, I started to hear it. Shink, psh, shink, psh, like a hellish clock that wouldn't stop ticking. I kept track of the time. 12:30, 1 a.m., 2 a.m. It went up all the way until 5 a.m. 5 goddamn hours of digging during the dead of night. This had to be a joke, right? What was this guy trying to do? Elicit a reaction from his neighbors? Was this just the most obnoxious prank feasible? Well, if he wanted a reaction, then I was going to give him one. As soon as the sun came up, I stormed over to his front door and rang the doorbell incessantly. He didn't answer. Of course. Fucking pussy, I thought to myself, as I started banging on his door instead. Hey buddy, I yelled. Quit the fucking digging, or I'm going to kick down this door and kick your ass as well. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, knowing that he might very well be recording everything that I was saying. I didn't want to get into any legal trouble after all. At least, dig during the day. I said in a softer tone, "Come on, pal, give me a break." I waited a few more minutes for a response, but he didn't come. I just went back home, hoping that he'd gotten the message. I decided to give Tom a call later that day. I asked him whether or not Dave had done anything like this before, and if he had, why he hadn't warned me about it. Digging holes? Tom responded, "That is weird." He nearly paused for a whole minute after, leaving me with the sounds of his heavy breaths over the call. "Is there something you're not telling me?" I asked. "Come on, man." I just tried to ignore it. He finally responded. The nerve of this guy. I couldn't believe it. "Obviously, that's not happening," I said. "If this guy keeps doing it, I'm gonna break into his house and toss his shovels into the ocean myself." I wouldn't confront him. Tom replied, his suddenly tone soft and timid. "What? Why the hell not?" I asked. He went silent for another minute before hanging up on me. I called him back 2 more times, but he wasn't picking up. I was starting to figure out why he sold it to me for so cheap. He didn't have the balls to confront the guy himself, so he just sailed ship. Well, that wasn't going to be me. I didn't even try to go to sleep that night. I sat down in the living room with a cup of coffee at midnight, waiting for that bastard to start digging again. Sure enough, he did. As soon as I started hearing that godforsaken noise, I stormed out of my front door. This time, I wasn't going to waste time knocking. I was going to confront that asshole directly. I approached the gate leading into his backyard, only to find it wired shut. What the hell? I thought to myself. I pulled on the handle, but it wouldn't budge in the slightest. What a fucking pain. In a fit of rage, I kicked at it, causing the entire wooden frame to shake. The guy didn't even seem to care. He just kept digging. It was loud, so obnoxiously loud. I was really nearing my wit's end. In fact, the sound of it was overbearing. It nearly drowned out the soft tapping that was coming from beside me. Wait, I thought, what is that? I looked over and nearly had a heart attack. There was somebody looking at me through the window at the entrance of my neighbor's house. My eyes adjusted after the initial shock of spotting him, and I was able to discern a man in his mid to late 30s. He had a petrified expression on his face as he looked at me. He put a finger up to his lips and shook his head, as if he was warning me to stop what I was doing. My bravado disappeared in an instant. The despair on his face was palpable, filling me with a deep, sickening sensation in my stomach. As I stood there, still deliberating about what to do, the digging suddenly came to a stop. I could feel my fight or flight senses kick in, but it was different this time. Before, I'd only get that feeling when I knew what the danger was and could see it in front of me. This time, I knew that I had to get away before the danger could present itself at all. I heard a shovel drop and the sounds of heavy footsteps coming from the gate beyond. I didn't stay to find out what was walking towards me. I didn't sleep well for a week after that incident, but not because of the sounds. The digging had since stopped, and the hole hadn't gotten much bigger, but I knew that was just because it was getting deeper. Yesterday, I finally worked up the courage to go into his backyard during the day, since the digging only seemed to happen at night. I tried ringing my neighbor's doorbell again, but he's not answering. He obviously doesn't want to talk to me about it. I climbed over the fence and cautiously made my way towards the hole. At that point, it was taking up a considerable portion of the grass space. Of course, a shovel was lying beside it. I took a closer look at it, seeing the deep imprints of bulky fingers on the bloody metal handle. And then, I looked down into the hole itself. I couldn't tell you how deep it was exactly. However, I could see nothing but the void below, just pure darkness. I went back into my house and found a piece of rope that I measured to be 30 feet long. I tied a water bottle to the end of it and went back to the hole, before slowly lowering it down. I ran out of rope in no time, but I never heard a thud below. When I brought it back up, the bottle was covered in some kind of thick, dark goo. I just dropped it back down, along with the rope. I wasn't touching that. I continued kneeling there for minutes afterwards, waiting for a confirmation that it had hit the ground below. It never happened, or maybe it was far below that I wouldn't be able to hear it at all, even if it did. In any case, that little experiment brought me no peace of mind. It yielded no answers at all. I still doubted that I would be able to get any sleep. At the very least, the digging had stopped, and over the next few nights, I actually managed to get some shut-eye for a few hours at a time. I just wouldn't think about the hole. It didn't matter, and it would have no impact on my life. Soon enough, my sleep schedule was back on track. My life was going back to normal. I could smile, knowing that this incident would just be a strange one off in my life. A story that I could tell at parties. I drifted off to sleep tonight without a worry in my head. I prepared myself to have a nice dream, something I hadn't had in a while. Instead, I woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, my entire body shaking. Another nightmare, the worst one I've ever had yet, and it didn't end when I woke up. The digging was back, even louder this time, almost as if it were coming from my own backyard. I had this friend in high school, Steve, who was deathly afraid of spiders. Arachnophobia, I guess the term is. I knew from the very beginning of our friendship that he had issues with them, but as I got to know him better, the extent of his fears truly puzzled me. Even the tiniest, unassuming little 8-legged bugger would instill in him a paralyzing fear that would leave him in a state of senseless shock. We teased him about it, of course. That's what friends are for. Catch a little one and dangle it in front of him. Well, I did anyway. The others also seemed to have some hidden reservations against the cuddly crawlies. In an attempt to diagnose his phobia, I shared with him a theory I read somewhere. Apparently some scientist or psychologist, I guess, believe that the reason so many of us have arachnophobia is because the inside of the womb, I guess the tissue and muscles kinda resemble a spider, and that the last image we see before we are violently pulled out of the warmth and care of our only known home, naked and defenseless into a cold and brutal world, is the vague, pulsating image of a spider. He dismissed the idea quite rudely. He told me he knew exactly why he hated spiders so much. He was 5 years old. He told me, hiking through the woods with his parents. At some point, he got away from them, and in panic, he just started running. He must have tripped over a branch, and ended up face down on the ground. Only it wasn't the ground. He was face down in a papery cocoon, a spider egg sac. Thousands of spiders burst from the eggs and crawled over his face, into his mouth, down his clothes, and he could do nothing about it. He was stuck, you see. His foot was tangled in the branch, so he just lay there with the tiny baby spiders crawling all over him, until his parents heard his blood-curdling screams and came to his aid. I had to admit, as far as reasons for hating spiders go, this particular one was pretty solid. I tried a few different approaches in my attempts to cure his fear, like suggesting that on average, only 6.6 people die from venomous spider bites each year, and that bees and wasps kill 8 times as many, or the fact that out of over 43,000 known species of spiders, only 30 or so have been responsible for human deaths, or that it isn't true that you on average swallow 8 spiders in your sleep in a year. Believe me, I know spiders. They wouldn't voluntarily come anywhere near your nauseating breath hole. But it didn't help. His phobia was rooted in trauma. Facts couldn't change that. Maybe a more direct approach would do the trick, I thought. I'd heard about it before. Just subject the person to whatever they're afraid of. Force it on them. Make them accept that it is but a silly notion based on illogical fallacies. So I collected a jar of assorted garden variety spiders. You know, small, unimposing, harmless ones. Not too hairy, not too spindly. I carried the jar with me for days, just waiting for the right moment, the perfect opportunity. I decided I'd do it in a controlled environment, somewhere he couldn't escape from. So I did it after gym class, just when he was getting out of the shower. I snuck up behind him, popped open the jar, and shook it like crazy over his head. He didn't talk to me for a month. Despite my good intentions, the plan backfired ever so slightly. Realizing there were a dozen or so spiders crawling all over him, he completely freaked out. Long story short, he lost his footing on the slippery wet floor and broke his back in 3 different places. He was hospitalized for a month where he completely ignored me. Maybe it was for the best, I thought. I mean, could I even entertain the idea of having a friend who hated spiders? Disliked them, sure. Loathed them, I could understand that. But hate? That's such a powerful, negative emotion. But to my surprise, he called me up the day he got out of the hospital. He said he was sorry, that he may have overreacted, and that he wanted to hang out. Maybe it had worked out after all. Maybe he didn't hate spiders anymore. I had my doubts, but I figured I'd give it a shot at least. I asked him if he wanted to spend the night at my place. My mother was having one of her weeks, and I could really use the company. It was the first time I'd invited him over. First time I'd invited anyone over, come to think of it. So I was pretty stoked when he said yes. I didn't bother asking my mom. I knew what the answer was anyway. It was definitely better if she didn't know. Steve came around after school, bringing a bottle of vodka and some beers. He seemed to be in good spirits, all things considered. And we spent the night drinking, listening to music, and playing games. You know, just chilling. I told him about the basement, that we couldn't go down there because of Mom. And even though I could clearly see that he found it strange, he just shrugged and gave me a casual sure, whatever. I must have passed out around midnight. Too much vodka, I guess. I really couldn't hold my liquor during Instar. Steve hit me awake a couple hours later. I came to slowly, confused and still pretty dizzy from the alcohol. He stood over me smiling, holding what appeared to be a hunter's knife. "Did you really think I was just gonna let it go?" He snarled through his gritted teeth. A sudden rush of realization hit me, and I desperately struggled to get on my feet. Only I couldn't. I couldn't move at all. "Don't bother," he said. "I've tied you up nice and tight. Doesn't feel so good, does it? When someone else takes control?" I attempt to talk some sense into him, but the sounds came out all muffled. I could only lay there helpless as he brought the knife down an inch from my eye, the fear at that point all-consuming. "Don't worry," he grinned. "I'm not gonna kill you. Just, scar you for life." I stared at him wide-eyed, tears streaming down my face. "If you just hadn't gagged me, you might still be alive, Steve. I could have warned you about my mother. Her harrowing shadow descending on you from the ceiling. She doesn't like it when people threaten her children. She doesn't like it when she's disturbed during her sleepy week. I could have talked her out of it, bridged the gap between our people. But you always hated us, didn't you? Even at the end, I could see it in your eyes as my mother slowly consumed you. I could tell by your screams that you still couldn't accept us, that you wanted nothing but to harm us. I guess when push comes to shove, it was for the best. I truly cannot stomach bigotry." "What do you think you're doing, young lady? You are not supposed to be here," the strange man said as he entered the planetarium. It was a big hall with an oval-shaped ceiling. It almost appeared like a cinema with a screen above our heads. "Sorry," I gulped. "I must have gone through the wrong door." More than one wrong door, I assume. "But this place looks so freaking familiar," I said, unable to keep my eyes from the interior. Despite being a big fan of space and the stars since I was little, I couldn't remember the last time I visited a planetarium. Only open on Sundays. That's what the sign outside said that I followed. How lucky, I thought. Everyone feels like they've been here before. Nobody has. He said those words with a smile on his face that looked neither friendly nor kind. It was a mixture of annoyance and regret. Or maybe that effect was due to a strange appearance that would rather fit inside a theater. He was dressed in a suit with black and white stripes, and had dark circles painted around his deep green eyes. His face was the one of everyone and no one at the same time. "Do you work here?" I asked. As I said, "You're not supposed to be here, young lady. You better leave." I nodded and proceeded to walk towards the closest door. Just before reaching it, however, I turned around to the man once more. "I do remember now. I came here once with school when I was 11 or 12. We watched some special show with music and..." "No, you did not. As I said, you've never been here before," he said in a much more rude tone now. I rolled my eyes and proceeded to head for the door. I can't even quite say how I ended up here. I have a terrible sense of direction. It's just that when you catch a memory of a long time ago and it's blurry, you somehow do your best to make it clear. He had made it more than obvious that I shouldn't be here though, and I did feel a bit rude, so I headed for the exit. I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't open. I turned towards the man with a helpless look, but he only sighed. Well, now you may as well take a seat. The show is about to start. We must sit when it does. I looked around the rows and rows of empty red velvet chairs with a raised eyebrow. The only other people I saw inside sat on the opposite side of the hall, leaning deep into their chairs so I couldn't recognize their faces, but I heard them whispering and giggling. "Are you sure?" I asked, but he was already pointing towards a seat near the door. I sat down. For some reason, it felt wrong to decline, and maybe this was a test to run for a new show in here. It seemed exciting, though now I realized all those arguments were rather hollow. I wasn't supposed to be here, but that didn't matter just yet. To my surprise, the man in stripes took a seat in the big chair next to mine. He put his weight on the back, and he was now leaning deep behind, his gaze directed at the empty ceiling, which didn't show anything yet. He moved carefully though, like his bones would break if he breathed too hard or moved too fast. Almost like an old man, but he couldn't have been much older than me. I copied what he was doing and leaned back. I couldn't help but grin from the excitement. "Listen, girl, do not interact with anyone but me, alright?" Who would I interact with? I'm not gonna shout over to those people all the way over there. The lights turned down shortly after. We sat in darkness. The only sounds you could hear was my rapid heartbeat. As absurd as the situation was, I felt like I belonged here. I felt at home, tucked in neatly in a memory of my childhood. A part of me wished to see the show with the music and the dancing stars, but of course, I wouldn't. I wasn't really at a planetarium, after all. I walked into a sham. I suppose you're wondering what was going on. I'm trying to describe it the way I felt when I was there. You see, logic didn't really make sense in the death room. My mind was lagging. I wasn't yet able to be skeptical. The worry would come. It only took some time. However, first, the ceiling lit up. It was a spotlight shining bright right on top of us, like a sun that mesmerized your eyes instead of burning them. Everything underneath it was drained in darkness, including us. The sun started shrinking and turning into something resembling clouds. Clouds that were dripping. A few tiny wet drops were falling onto my skin. Rain, I thought at first. Maybe it was an interactive show. But when I touched my face and smelled the sharp scent of iron, I realized it was something else. "It's bleeding. The ceiling is bleeding," I whispered. The man in stripes didn't speak, but he turned to my side, and his eyes told me to be quiet. That's when another voice began speaking. "When you feel suffocated, you need to breathe." I took a deep breath, the kind that fills you up entirely and makes you feel alive, but just before reaching the point of satisfaction, it got stuck. It didn't go in all the way. Like when you're running and running until your feet become too fast for your breath to keep up. All I wanted was to breathe fully. "Your lungs are screaming. Can you hear them?" The voice continued. I felt panic rushing through my body. It was only a voice. It couldn't control my lungs, but it felt as if the sole fact of being conscious of the breathing act stopped it. "It's not directed at you. You can breathe." The man next to me spoke, and he was right. I opened my mouth wide open, and the rush of air made me see stars for a second. But then it got better. It regulated itself. I almost felt at ease again until I heard the noises from the other side of the planetarium. It sounded like someone was choking. I tried to shift my weight to the front to get up and check on them, but my body felt stiff. Breathe, for now, as you did when you were born. I heard panting and whispering, then silence again. The clouds were long gone. I hadn't even realized that the ceiling was all dark until it changed again. Now we saw something that resembled the Milky Way. Darkness with a circle of light in the middle. My eyes were glued to the beauty of the projection, but slowly it turned ugly. Uglier than anything I'd seen before. A face appeared in the middle of the circle. A face filled with pain and suffering. Its eye sockets were hollow. The mouth cut in slices, and then it started to scream. At least, that's what I thought at first, before realizing that the scream of damnation was not coming from the room. It was coming from the people on the opposite side. "Jen, honey, it's okay. It's just a show," I heard a man say. The other person, Jen, I suppose, started chuckling nervously. "It's so freaking realistic, Justin. Was it like that when you came the first time?" He answered something, but I couldn't hear what it was. "When you have lived through each day, the last one must come." The voice spoke again. This time, it sounded as if it was coming from the ceiling. The figure was still embedded inside the Milky Way, but now the stars began to move and its mouth opened wide. It almost appeared as if something was falling out of it. "Wasn't your date the most lovely experience?" A man from the opposite side spoke. He didn't sound like the first one though. "You were cuddled up in the comfortable chairs enjoying the stars." A woman with an even creepier voice added, "It was the most wonderful time." Jen replied, "That's why we came back, right? To feel wonderful again?" Justin agreed. "Are those people here? I thought I only saw 2. I whispered towards the man in stripes. "Were you here before? It feels right, doesn't it? Warm and comfortable and nice." This was another new voice. One that sounded far closer though, like right in front of me. And strangely enough, I felt like I somehow knew it. If only I could shift my weight, but I couldn't. I opened my mouth to answer, but before I could say something, I felt something grab my hand. It was the striped guy. He was squeezing my hand so tight, it almost hurt. And then I remember he told me not to interact, so I stayed quiet. The show continued. The figure on the ceiling had now broken almost entirely out of the fake Milky Way, and it looked hungry. My heart started racing. Suddenly I didn't feel comfortable and safe anymore. Suddenly I started doubting everything around me, including my own presence. This wasn't right. "This is wrong," I cried out. The man in stripes squeezed my hand even tighter, and I stayed silent, but the other couple didn't. The woman was now crying deeply until it was interrupted by the screams of the man. My body was shaking. That was the moment when I realized what the striped guy was talking about when I walked in here. I had never been to this planetarium before. I don't think I'd ever been to one at all, but the memory had felt so clear. The screaming and shouting had stopped. The couple was eerily quiet. "Are you okay?" I shouted to the other side. Now that I was coming back to my senses, it felt like I was waking up from a trance. They didn't respond. The Milky Way disappeared and the clouds were back. Now they were shedding more blood than before. The blood that tainted my face and clothes. The only proof I later would have of being here at all. The show was over. The projection ended and slowly the normal light was coming back. I looked around to see all those people I heard, but there was no one. As I was finally able to move my body again, I fell to the front. I tried to look for the couple, Jen and Justin. They were still hanging back in their chairs, but now their bodies looked lifeless and stiff. Tears started rolling down my cheeks. I did have plans today. I was supposed to meet Vincent. It was dark when I left my home. It didn't feel like the middle of the night now. I was inside a hall with no windows, imagining sunshine outside, but it was dark and cold when I was out there. I had forgotten all about it for the time I was here. How did I walk in here? For the life of me, I could not remember. Why am I here? I asked. A mix-up, I suppose. Maybe you made the mistake of being too close when it opened its doors. You came in a moment too late. It's lucky. It really is. I've never seen anyone else simply enjoying the production without being swallowed by it. We're not in a planetarium, are we? I muttered. He shook his head. It's a trick. It lures you in with a feeling of strange familiarity. You see what's in your memory. A place that feels nostalgic, yet not tainted. Neutral. I didn't even ask him what it was. I had seen and felt its presence after all. It lured in the innocent couple. My hands were trembling with anger and fear. I wanted to jump up and run, but my legs didn't move. They weren't supposed to yet. They weren't innocent. Not all victims are. Their fate was chosen by someone, and once a week, the room lures them in to perform the act. It's quite practical, actually. And you help with it? This time, his calm surface looked broken for only a second. I was lured in as well, though in another way. I once followed a light. Now I do what it asks me. However, this is the first time we had a visitor. A terrible mix-up of schedule, I suppose. Really lucky. We need to get help. Call someone. And send them where? To a planetarium you believe you visited as a child? As soon as you walk out the door, you won't be able to find it again. And you better hope it won't find you. What if it does? I whispered. Then your seat won't be here next to me, but where they were. I nodded, my blurry vision targeted at the ground. You will go through that door and leave. Make sure nobody sees you. And next time you're at a place that feels strangely familiar, get the hell out before the doors close. This past October, I had worked at a haunt. That is, a haunted attraction at a local theme park. I was pretty good at managing the big crowds, but what I really enjoyed was when the crowds would get smaller, and groups of 10 to 20 people were coming into my attraction. During times when the crowds were thin like that, I loved scaring them with stories and legends I knew about. And one of my favorite legends to tell them were the Skinwalker legends. I would start off greeting the group and tempting them with the offer to tell them all a story, asking them if they would like to hear a local legend. As we live in the desert, and this haunt was tucked away in the heart of miles of desert land. When they would agree, I would start my tale. Some of you may know about Skinwalkers, and for those of you that do, you might know that native Navajo and Hopi tribes are fearful to even speak of this creature, or to even utter its name. These monsters span from southern Arizona all through to New Mexico and the Mexican border, and across the lands of the native people. The Navajo believe them to be witches or shaman, an evil being with supernatural power to shapeshift. typically by wearing the skin or masks of the animal they wish to walk as, a practice which is looked down upon by the Navajo people. This power is gained after killing a close relative or sibling, and imbues the being with many dark powers. The animal they appear as, however, always looks wrong. A deer or coyote that stands on its hind legs and walks as a man does. A crow or owl, or has a face or eyes that look too human to belong to the animal they mimic, and that glow in the red moonlight. In all the legends, it says there is always one sure way to identify a skinwalker. A skinwalker, no matter what, will never be able to move as the creature it appears as in its animal form. Skinwalkers are able to do other things as well. They can move at seemingly impossible speeds, and can mimic the voice of people, crybabies, your friends, or loved ones. Voices you would trust. They will lure you out into the forest or into the pitch black of the nighttime desert, and once they have you isolated, and you lay your eyes upon their face, it is said you will die an agonizing death. Skinwalkers can curse people and cause them great suffering. Often, it is said they use a mixture that some call corpse powder when seen in their human form, which turns your tongue black and causes violent convulsions until you die. The worst part about skinwalkers, the reason native people dare not to speak of it, it is believed that a skinwalker is capable of reading your minds, and the more aware of them you are, the more aware they become of you. So try not to think about it, but if on your ride home you see a coyote in your path, or hear the drums of native people echoing loudly through the darkness, take care to drive quickly, and pray it will not pursue you. And I would, almost always, be met with looks of horror and fear. It was my absolute favorite tale to tell for this reason. I would tell this story over and over, to as many groups as I could. It wasn't a good idea to talk about them. I would say as much with each recounting of the legend. Surrounded by inky blackness that engulfed everything the park's lights didn't illuminate. But I did. I felt safe. Nothing would happen to me. It was just a legend. That was, until I drove home after my shift. Around 1 a.m, after a night of telling this particular story dozens of times to guests. As I drove through the twists and turns of the pitch black mountainous desert road I traveled each night to go home, my high beams on, penetrating the darkness just enough for me to see the road and the first layer of brush on either side of it. My headlights shone on an animal, a coyote. At first, I thought it was the angle the light had hit it at that made it appear to have no tail. But as I continued driving, I encountered the animal again, 3 times, each within several miles of each sighting. A distance any normal animal wouldn't have been able to make, especially when running against a car going 65 miles per hour for most of the journey. Each time I would scan the road for wildlife, and I would see it, there, just outside the darkness, the coyote with no tail, staring at me from the side of the road. My stomach churned a bit, and I breathed deep, trying to tell myself I was just imagining things. The coyotes had tails, and none of them were the same animal. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be. But I knew deep down, I was just lying to myself. I knew I was wrong. I knew it was real, and it was terrifying. I'm relieved to say I made it home safe that night, but still, every now and then when I drive through the desert in the darkness of night, or glance out my bedroom window into the blackness, I can see that coyote, that skinwalker. I hope it never decides I know too much, but I think maybe, just maybe, it visits me to remind me of its presence, that it wants me to continue telling this story, to continue spreading awareness of their presence, so that it can claim the lives of those who are weak-minded enough to fall prey to it. And now that you know the story, maybe it will come after you.